Have I been talking with no sound? Are you joking me now? I have been going for 5 minutes and I haven't even realised there's no sound. What a complete Burke I am. Well, you know what that means? I'm going to have to start over. Not start the stream again, but essentially start over. So here we go. Okay, hang on. 1 second. Bear with me. Here we go. Oh, dearie me! I am a Burke at times. Almost as big a Burke as this guy. Wow. Right, okay, here we go. Here we go. This clown, Simon Dan. Simon Dan back in the day. I'm going to run through this real quick now. Right. Currently, 282,000 subscribers. Back in the day, just 1,000. This clown is going to lie to his audience. He is going to lie, and I'm going to out him as a liar. Now, I'm surprised I didn't pick up on it at the time because we were having a bit of back and forth. But essentially, I think I just got bored of the clown and forgot about him. Until he started getting his subscribers and promoted by YouTube, and now I feel like redressing this and going back to this guy and saying, hey, do you know what? You're going to expose yourself for being a liar by omittance, and I can prove it. Oh boy, can I prove it. Here we go. So this was the image that was in question. Now, Al-K went and did a series of images of Ailsa Craig. So on this cropped out image at the top here, he took this from 39 miles away from an elevation of just 1 foot. That's an incredibly long way from an incredibly small observer height, right? And this was the image that he got of the Ailsa Craig. So it's all squashed and distorted. You can't really make many features out of it. But essentially, Simon Dan decided to slap it on the top of Ailsa Craig and claim that, hey, guess what? This matches up to the curve calcs. And yeah, this is what Al-K saw, and it's proof of curvature. So I kind of took offence to this when I was on Nathan's, and I went and looked at the video that Al-K put out, and what do you know? He did an observation from 30.9 miles away, and in that observation, what you can see here is a much clearer image. So the top image was the image taken from 30.9 miles away, an elevation of 3 feet. And the bottom image is a control image. Okay, so this was taken from much nearer and higher, so you see all of the island. In fact, down in this bottom corner here, you have the lighthouse that sits on this little part down here. So from 30.9 miles away, I matched these features up. And as you can see, it's pretty close. You know, there might be a tiny error here and there, but who knows? You know, this was the image that I did at the time. And it's pretty clear that we're seeing almost all of the island. Now, Simon Dan did a hit piece on this, kind of like a bit of back and forth. But ultimately, I got bored of this clown and just let it rest. Until I decided to just, you know what, I'll go and revisit this guy. Pin your ears back and listen to what he says in this. Pin your ears back. You're not going to believe what this clown does. Seriously. I made this video for Jeren because I just wanted to show it him. It's about 2 minutes long. Listen to what the back and forth was going at the time. What he claims in his video, you won't believe it.
Well, what you've got to consider is that first Al-K did his lowest observational height at 1 foot, not 3 feet or 5 feet or 10 feet. He did it at 1 foot elevation from the furthest distance, 39 miles. Now, that is going to compress the height of the image. We know that from our own observations. What it does, it squashes it. And he has used this unclear 39-mile image, which it is pretty difficult to make out anything of interest on this particular image, which is why I used the 30.9-mile distance one, because it was much clearer. You know, this one was far clearer to work on and compare it with than the one that he used. But what he's done is he's taken that unclear image and he slapped it on the top of the of the high elevation profile and said this is a match, and it's nothing like a match at all.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's forget about the first image completely. According to you, it's not even acceptable and it's too compressed, etc. So let's take the second image, the one that you've already used in the earlier part of your video. Let's use that one. Now, If you were in any doubt before with the old overlay, then I trust this has confirmed the worst for you, Ranty. Remember, I'm using the photo you've chosen as being acceptable. There is absolutely no doubt that this second photo taken by LK has a considerable amount hidden below the curve. Forget the calculators, forget the maths, that mountain is hidden. There is absolutely no doubt that this second photo taken by LK has a considerable amount hidden below the curve. Forget the calculators, forget the maths, that mountain is hidden.
Well, what you've got to...
Forget the calculator, forget the maths. That mountain is hidden. Now that was his words, and that is his rebuttal to my claim that most of the island was seen from 30.9 miles away by LK, right? When I say this is lying by omission, this is exactly what I mean, and for this particular reason. In the globe mathematics, there is a calculation, a geometric calculation to the size and shape of the Earth. We can calculate what should be missing, what should be seen. When he turns around and tells his audience, or specifically in this point he was talking to me, to forget the calculations and forget the maths, there was a reason for that. Can anybody guess why? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Here we have the image that Simon Dan decided to put out, right? This was his overlay of the 30.9. And as you can see, it is, I would say, about a third of the way hidden, right? There's about a third of the way hidden. But is that accurate? I mean, it's pretty slap hazard to me, I have to say. What it needs is some additional work. Something like this. Somebody to actually go into the minuscule bits and pieces, what matches up, what scales, which line matches up with which line. Is it scaled to width? Is it scaled to depth? Is everything exactly how it should be, right? And this is the result that you get, right? The height of the Ailsa Craig is 1,120 feet from top to bottom. The obstructed in the image that was presented by LK, and which Simon Dan referred to with his haphazard slap on, the actual obstructed, is only 195 feet, right? You can check that by this comparison here from both. Everything is matched up correctly. The proportions of the, here we go, so the proportions of the scaling is correct. We have 100 feet, 200, all the way up to 1,000, 1120 to the top. And as you can see, all the points match up perfectly on the island, exactly where I've scaled it to, giving an obstructed, right down here, of 195 feet. The problem for Simon Dan is that the geometric hidden should be 552 feet. The problem for Simon Dan is that with refraction, 468 feet should be hidden. The problem is only 195 feet is obstructed. In fact, if you was to actually just look at this image over here and put a line in, where my cursor is right now is where the globe mathematics say that should be hidden up to. But reality exposes at least 300 feet more than what he is saying. 300 feet more, but only 195 feet obstructed. Now that doesn't match up to his globe mathematics. And let me remind you of what he said. Let me remind you of how he actually put this. Listen to what he says.
Remember, I'm using the photo you've chosen as being acceptable. There is absolutely no doubt that this second photo taken by LK has a considerable amount hidden below the curve. Forget the calculators, forget the maths, that mountain is hidden.
How did you like that? How did you like that? Forget the maths, forget the calculations, that mountain is hidden. Just not hidden enough for it to be a globe, eh, Simon Dan? Just not hidden enough for it to be a globe, is it? No, 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 no. Even by your own fucked up image that you slapped on, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, that still isn't half of the mountain, is it? That still isn't, even with your fucked up overlay. Let's have a look at this, shall we? Let's have a look and see how you also try to minimize the effect of this particular image. You see, this was his haphazardy kind of overlay. This was my much more, which I did recently actually, very accurate, very to scale, in depth, matched up perfectly overlay. Let's see how his matches up, shall we? And let's put it over here. Let's see how much it matches up, shall we? So I've already scaled this to height. So it's the same height, as you can see. So when we take that off and we actually look at what his is, as you can see, it is substantially below mine. In fact, it is 320 feet as opposed to 195 feet. Now, so not only is he dishonest by his omission, by not using the curve calculations and the mathematics, he's also dishonest with his haphazard overlay of the image that he has already presented. So, Simon Dan, you've been busted, mate. Absolutely destroyed. Right. Okay, so now let's get to the meat and bones of this. Let's get down to my presentation that I did with Jeren over the weekend. Let's bring that up, and here we go. I'm going to go on mute, and I hope you enjoy this 2-hour presentation. So I'm going to sit back and listen to it with you guys.
Today, it's Thursday. It means it's time for a presentation from Ranty Flat Earth, so it should be fun. Let me start off by saying thank you to all the patrons out there. You guys make this channel and everything I do possible, so I really do appreciate that. If you want to join them, you can easily do so at patreon.com/Jeranism, and while you're there, there's tons of other great content producers that you can support, so please do that as well. One of those is Ranty Flat Earth. Ranty, we're about to get started on your presentation, Refraction Effects Through a Homogeneous Atmosphere with Ranty Flat Earth. So let me welcome him, Ranty. And by the way, I apologize that we are starting a little bit late, and we did start twice because, I don't know, something was going on with Restream.io sent the stream to the wrong place on YouTube. So I think I fixed it. We should be correct now. If not, somebody let me know. Somebody text me. But anyway, let's introduce Ranty. Ranty, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, Jeren. How are you?
Doing great. Happy to have you. You're a friend of the show. This is not your first time here, so hopefully people are excited to see another presentation. I am, and should be fun. But what's new with you?
Just, I suppose, concentrating on my show now. So, you know, essentially I am sort of socializing with the enemy, so to speak. So, you know, I do invite ballers to come on and do presentations and tell us all about their model and how it works and how they see things. And, you know, so essentially, you know, I get plenty of flat earthers on. I have plenty of chit chat shows. But essentially, my main priority was to get these presentations done. And I think through encouraging them to come on and do their presentations, I've been able to formulate this new presentation, which I think is going to help a lot of people understand a lot of the observations that they see.
All right, cool. I'm definitely ready for it. And yeah, so people can look forward to my channel. I have a few other people lined up to do some presentations on coming Thursdays. I think Travis from Life is Short is going to do one. Iru is going to be giving his presentation soon, the one that he gave over in Spain. He's going to be doing that on my channel. We also have one from Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez is going to be talking about his Space Crack magazine. So there's all kinds of presentations coming up, so this should be fun. Let me start off by just showing people where they can subscribe to Ranty, obviously on YouTube. The link is in the description. All you got to do is scroll down and click that link, and boom, you're there. Ranty, do you also still have a Patreon?
I do, yeah. I did actually mention to people coming up before Christmas, though, that I was going to be taking a little step back for a few weeks. So I did. So I asked them to unsubscribe from my Patreon, which most of them did. And now that I'm back at it, because I only had, I think, about 8 weeks off. Now that I'm back at it, it'd be nice if they came back.
All right. So if you're over there, definitely resubscribe or resupport or repatronize, whatever you got to call it, Ranty Flat Earth. And there is a little link up here at the top of his channel also that says help support this research, which will send you to his Patreon. So yeah, please do that. And then I also was reading a post from you the other day that said you're going to be missing from the Flat Earth debates a little bit. You want to talk about that?
I just feel that the information that I've gathered from that up to now has reached its pinnacle. So there's nothing more for me to understand. I mean, essentially, it just seems like it's going over the same stuff now that we already know. There's nothing new coming out over there. So it seems like if you spend an hour there in the afternoon and then you've got the pre-show and the after show, that's 2 hours of your day that you're just recycling old stuff that you already know back to front. And to be fair, there's plenty of other videos that I can go watch and broaden my own knowledge base, so to speak, because I already know what they're going to say over there. I can predict each show as it goes along.
Right.
So it's just the way it is. So I'm moving beyond that for now, and concentrating on understanding a lot of other things because, like I say, I'm only getting a limited amount of information from that particular platform.
Cool. Yeah, always a good idea. I think sometimes even, I've mentioned recently that I needed to kind of step back and do more listening. So that's something I've been doing, and also want to be having these presentations. So if people are interested, if they want to give a presentation, kind of like Ranty does, or if you're interested in, maybe you have a channel with not too many viewers, not too many subscribers, and you want to get a post across or get a point across, a great place to do it is here on my channel. Come present. I would love to listen. We'll present it. And then if people like what you have to present, then they will follow over and subscribe to your channel. So it's kind of a win-win for everyone, which is why we're doing this. So welcome to the show. Welcome to Refraction Effects Through a Homogeneous Atmosphere. Should be fun. And Ranty, if there's nothing else, then I guess we can go ahead and get rolling.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, I just wanted to also say that, I mean, there's no animosity there from my side anyway with the FED side. It's just that, we've outgrown each other, so to speak, and that's just the way it is. But, I mean, what can I say? I wish Nathan all the best. I wish the crew over there all the best. They do a great show every single day. People will still flock over there, I'm sure. It'll just be missing Ranty, so there we go.
All right, so if they want to find you, they can find you definitely on your channel. And do you have any regular shows that you do at a regular time you want to announce? Or?
Yeah, well, GMT, so Greenwich Mean Time. Mm-hmm. I do a show pretty much every single night, Monday to Friday, 10:30. Sometimes they can be just for an hour or two. Sometimes, like, for instance, last night, it stayed on for 5 hours, so I was up till pretty much 4 o'clock this morning. And, but that was just because the conversation was good. The people I had in, behaved themselves, and, it was able to go like that. But as for a regular show, no, it's like tomorrow night I've got, is it tomorrow night? No, so I'm recording one in the daytime, so I'll probably release it as a premiere. It's going to be a debate, so there's going to be a one-on-one debate that I'll be releasing. These are the kind of things I'm getting into. Also, presentations from Globers. I've got 2 Globers wanting to do a presentation. I've got 2 Flat Earthers ready to do presentations. I've got 3 debates in the planning, and also I've got my chit chat show. So it could be anything
Gotcha.
From one day to the next. It's just different. It's never going to be the same. It's always going to be something different.
All right, sounds good. All right, I'm putting your Skype on the screen so people can see whatever you're presenting, and let's get rolling.
Well, I thought I'd start with something. It's not on topic actually. It's nothing to do with this presentation, but it's more to do with how people would perceive what they're seeing in the 2 models. So, for instance, Slice Barcane, I know he's your best friend.
Oh, yeah.
And
we go way back.
So, Slice Barcane, you're getting some feedback.
No, that was just me probably talking over you. I said, yeah, we hang out on weekends. We go hiking.
Well, Slice Barcane saw this image that I took. And fortunately, I had all the details, how exact location, height above actual seawater at the shoreline, everything that he needed to model it. So essentially, there's an image on the right and an image on the left. And what he's done is he's kindly modelled out a flat plane versus what you would expect to see on a globe. Now, can you tell me, Jaron, off the top of your head, if you look at this image on the left and this image on the right, would you be able to tell which one was modelled on a flat plane and which one was modelled on a globe? Now, this is what you would expect to see through the viewfinder. So you're zooming in with your camera, you've got the focal length, this is reality, and this is a model and this is a model. But could you tell which one would be a globe and which one would be a flat?
I cannot. Wait, so you're talking about the middle is a real picture, and then you're saying on the left is something and on the right is something, and I'm supposed to tell you which one is which?
Yeah, the one on the left and the one on the right. One's modelled on a globe and one's modelled on a flat plane. But essentially, due to perspective and the distances involved between each one of these turbines, which is approximately about half a mile or a third of a mile, something like that, the effects of what you would actually see on both are pretty much the same. So the point here is that when globers see these turbines and they say, look at that, this curve there.
Right.
No. Your friend, Slice Barcane, your globe friend, modelled them out. And essentially you can basically tell no difference. I will reveal which is which, actually. So on the left-hand side is the flat plane, as you can see. All the bottoms are on the horizon, and on the right hand side you can see where the sloping away. So he has actually dropped them. The funny thing is that this image matches up more to the flat plane than it does to the globe.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see what you're showing there. So he basically modeled the one on the left to a flat Earth, the one on the right to a globe Earth. But to me, they look almost identical, other than seeing that they drop down.
Exactly. Exactly. So anytime you see these turbines in the future, these globers are going to say, "Oh, there's proof of the windmills splashing the water." Well, if this is a globe and this is a flat, well, you push the flat further away, what's going to happen? Eventually, the blades are going to start cresting the waves, the same as on a globe.
Right.
It's just something interesting. I just thought I would put that out there just to get things started.
Okay, and what was his? I don't know. What was his idea when he presented that? Just to show that they are identical, or was he trying to say that one was? Was he trying to say the one with the curve matches the picture?
Well, he did a live stream of it around about 18 months ago, something like that. And I guess he was trying to do a live stream to try and debunk this as being a flat, some kind of flat Earth proof. Because when we put the line through the center of these hubs, they're on a straight line. There's no perceived curve.
Right.
And I actually went to Barrow and Furnace and filmed these from the side on. And you've also got a side on view, which when you put the line through them, they're absolutely flat. There's no deviation between them. So he decided to try and model this on a live stream. And what he did when he modelled it for flat and globe, essentially they look identical, but realistically, the flat plane, this angle from parallel, is more akin to this reality picture than this. This is too steep. This angle is too aggressive, whereas this one's not as aggressive and is more akin to reality. So it kind of backfired, I have to say.
Yeah, certainly seems so. All right.
Okay, so anyway, I thought I'd just talk about that. So I'm going to talk about, essentially it's to do with light and refraction. Now, help me out here, Jaron.
Okay.
But would I be right in saying that the properties of light basically aren't very well understood?
I don't think they are at all, no.
Right, so some people claim it's a wave, some people claim it's a photon, some people say it's both. Some people say it's something completely different.
Right.
So, but all we know is that we see stuff.
Right, that's the facts of the matter.
How we see it, how it gets to us, it's all over the place. There's no scientific proof for it. I mean, you can look it up, is light a photon, and then for the most part, it acts like that. But they don't specifically say it. It's a bit like gravity. Gravity acts like a force, behaves like a force. You can think of it as a force, but is it a force? Well, no, it's not actually a force. So trying to actually sort of like nail it down as to what light is and how it behaves, I think that's for me at least, I mean, if scientists can't figure it out, what chance do I have? You know,
I thought the
I'm
same
just a
too.
painter and decorator from Blackpool. You know,
It's funny when you listen to these guys, these physicists and stuff, talk about it. They just, man, it's like endless debates back and forth. They don't have an idea, and they love to describe things like quantum mechanics as the best described theory in all of science, and then they follow that up right behind it by saying, but nobody truly understands it. It's like, great. So the best described theory in all of science, nobody understands. Fantastic.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I just go out and I film this stuff, and I take note of what I can actually see, and I spend a lot of time and effort going into this and trying to understand it. And one of the things that I absolutely hated was the word refraction, because I remember that from the first time I ever jumped onto any kind of platform talking to people about this, which was back when Asa Mahalski was doing his show. So that tells you how long ago that was.
Years.
And at the time, we were bringing out images of Blackpool Tower, and all we were hearing from the Globers was refraction. It got to the point where just the name refraction, it sent shivers down me. I hated the name, I mean, it's like, why would you even go near that? And so for the most part, I've tried to remove refraction from any of the presentations that I've done before. So I've talked about shoaling, which is physical blockage. I've talked about the inferior mirage and things like this. But actually getting into the realms of refraction, I didn't want to do that. And I'll tell you for why. It's because I didn't believe this idea that things can be loomed up.
Well, it's hard to find any evidence of it, yeah.
There is no evidence of, from what I can gather. I've got terabytes and terabytes of data. I've never been able to see any kind of looming happen. I've asked Globers for this kind of information. They've never been able to provide any of this. And I think the simple answer to it must be now that there is no looming, but there is refraction. It's just that there's truth and lies mixed together. Mm-hmm. And I think the globe earthers have got into this mindset that because they can see an image being distorted and they can see something happening with the image, that they also believe that light can be brought up from beyond the curve, the perceived curve.
Well, they have to believe that, right? Based on observations, they have no other choice because we're seeing too far. We see things beyond what we should see. The whole black swan argument, as far as where that horizon line is and why we're seeing so far beyond it. So they have to come up with something, and yeah, that's their get out of jail free word, which is refraction. Just allows them to say, oh, well, anything that you're seeing beyond what you should be seeing is simply looming or is being refracted upwards. So that's their kind of get out of jail free word.
So what I'm looking at here, Jaron,
are you showing anything or no?
Sorry?
Are you showing anything? I don't see your... I wonder why my Skype is frozen. Weird. Oh, there it is. Now we got it. Sorry.
Cool. Good stuff. Right.
Hopefully were you showing anything before that?
I have no idea. Were we showing anything before that?
I don't know.
You'll have to...
If so, your screen was just frozen on my screen, so I couldn't see anything. But go ahead. Now we can see this.
Okay. Right. So, this is obviously the research into the inferior mirage. So what's going on here? Well, the fold on this top image here, which is basically, it's the same location, same observer height, same tide height, everything was the same. Even the conditions on the ocean, actually, they said the same sort of waves on the same day. On a different day, but the same kind of waves. It was almost identical. The only difference was this had an inferior mirage on this day, and this one you just saw shore to shore. Mm-hmm. The problem was that, where this fold line was essentially going through here, mm-hmm. if you run it through the curve calculator, this here would be where they would say that the curvature of the Earth should have been. So anything beneath this part here, anything beneath this fold line, would have been lost to Earth curve in the globe mathematics.
Right.
So if we take this image on the good image that we can actually see all the stuff on, like this truck and the on the shoreline here and this sand dune, all of that would have been lost to Earth curve if we lived on a globe. Mm-hmm. And when we look at this, and people will say, well, how can people believe that this is being loomed up and this is reality? This smudge at the top is reality if you believe the globe, and yet when you see this bottom image where it's really clear,
refraction.
And Yeah, refraction. It's being loomed up.
Right.
Yeah, right, okay, yeah. Well, to me, that's just utter nonsense. It's just that we see very far without any atmospheric conditions, any refraction going on, and then when we've got some refraction going on, we get this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what's happened is that they've reversed engineered optics. So
I think so too. Yeah.
we start with this. Let's say that this image here is the baseline. This is the optimal image, so to speak, with no refraction. Let's just give it a value of, say, 1, right? So this is just 1. This is 1. This is perfect conditions. You can just see for a very, very, very long way,
right.
Shore to shore, no issues. And then everything from then onwards is scaled back. But the problem is that this 1, where you don't get any refraction, probably only happens 2% of the time.
Right, it's rare.
This is probably, yeah, it's rare. This is only 2% of the time when there's no refraction going on. But this up here, this probably happens 70% of the time with this inferior mirage on. So what they've done is they've claimed this is the baseline rather than this is the baseline.
Mm-hmm.
So once you claim this is the baseline, then this image has to be being loomed up. And then anything worse than this, where you get more smudging going on, would be worse. It'd be, say, 10. If this is 1, that would be 10.
Mm-hmm. So
I think what they've done is they've reverse engineered all this optics and stuff, which I've talked about before. But it is in the refraction calculator. You can check this out, and you can see how they kind of model this. So that's my point here, is that when we see this is the exception to the rule, and in their model, this is all being loomed up. But to me, it's just a very clear image on a good day.
Right.
And this here is supposedly what you'd see 70% of the time.
Right. And so it makes sense that they have to scream refraction, they have to claim looming, because there's no other way out. I mean, otherwise you are seeing too far. In which case, as far as where the geometric horizon should be, how far we should see according to the maths, they can't admit that there's a problem there. So the correct answer for them is refraction, is looming.
Yeah. Exactly, but it's trying to understand what refraction is. Now, if you imagine or you understand that there's no looming going on, then the only thing you've got is what in their mathematics would be 76R. So their mathematics has a calculation for how much light is bending down, so to speak. So in their model, actually, 76R, it's upward refraction. So in their model, it goes up to start with, and then it comes down, right? But I'm going to get to this in a minute, that I've been able to talk to these globers who actually explain that on a flat plane, it would just go down. It would just head downwards. So there would be no looming up. It would just be downward trajectory of light. So this would be just headed downwards. So I'll get to this in a minute. This is the crux of the entire presentation, basically. So if we exclude looming, and then we just work on the idea that it's an atmos plane, right, and we've just got a downward trajectory of light, then things will disappear from the bottom up. But it will be, obviously, things will get this inferior mirage as well at times. You'll sometimes get this inferior mirage that I've spoken about. But other times, I can show this in its stages, as it's actually happening, by this stretching effect that you get. Without an inferior mirage, so you can see for a long way, then you see a distant rock or something, or something in the distance, and it's being stretched at the bottom, and that to me is indicative of the lights being bent. It's being bent down. It's actually being stretched and bent down. I can perhaps get to that in a moment, but I want to show you this Walter Bislin's thing. Just bear with me.
No problem.
This one. So.
Thank you.
Advanced curve calculator. So this is Walter Bislin's advanced Earth curve calculator. Now, by all accounts, when they say it's advanced, you obviously think it's going to be best of the best, yeah. But they always say that there's refraction in the atmosphere. So this is on a globe model, and I'm just going to slide this red slider from left to right, and this is the target that we're trying to see here. This building over the horizon. So if we move the slider from left to right, you can see that this distant building is going up and down from behind the curve. So this is saying that we've got refraction going on. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And this refraction is moving that building up and down. But what happens when we put it on a flat Earth? So we've moved it from globe now to a flat Earth perspective. And now we're going to apply the same logic. Now, they always say that refraction happens. It's there all the time. Well, let's apply some refraction to this. Well, what's happening? Well, nothing. The building isn't changing at all. It's not stretching. It's not warping. It's not going up. It's not going down. It's not losing anything of it. Why is that? If light bends down through the mediums and it goes from through to the denser medium at the bottom, it should be bending the light down. So things should be being missing from the bottom up. Yeah?
Should be.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been able to get them to model it. so this is quite fun actually, because well, let me have a look at Skunk Bay first. So I'm gonna. You've obviously seen Skunk Bay before.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Right. Okay. So if any people haven't seen Skunk Bay, this is the effects of a time lapse on over Skunk Bay. Looking over in this corner here where my cursor is, we've got a little lighthouse actually. So I'm just going to speed it up a little and just get it to the point where I need. Oh, here we go. So I've gone over it again, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a line through these trees at the top to see how much of a deviation happens on these lines on these trees at the top. And if you watch that, they barely move. There's a little bit of wiggling, but essentially it's not very much. That red line stays pretty consistent, except when I move the red line to the bottom, we see an awful lot of distortion. It's going up and down, it's bouncing around like nobody's business. So clearly there's a lot more happening at the lower part than there is at the higher part. This is the lighthouse. If we play this here, you can see the lighthouse. It will get stretched and warped, and all kinds of things that happen into this lighthouse.
Do we know the distance of that lighthouse? I've never heard anybody talk about the lighthouse there. Do you know where this camera is and how far away it is, or have you never?
I do, yeah.
Oh, good. I've never really looked into it. I don't even know where Skunk Bay is, to be honest.
Okay, just bear with me. It should be the last stuff that I was looking at. So if I go to somewhere around here. Yeah, there we go. So there's where the observation takes place on Skunk Bay. Near Skunk Bay. It's one of these houses here. It's one of these few houses here. I can't be sure exactly which one because they don't provide that information on the website. Mm-hmm. But it's down there and it's across here, and this is the lighthouse that we're looking at over here. So let me scroll in. There you go. Can you see that little lighthouse there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep, there we go. So there's the lighthouse. I can get a measurement actually. I'll just put a new one in because I don't know which one that is, but I'll measure it for you. I was going to make a claim then and say I thought I remembered how many miles it is, but I would be wrong probably. Yeah, there we go. So it's about, 7.43 miles, 7.44 miles, something like that to the lighthouse.
Okay.
And they claim that the observer height is about 45 feet. And it's interesting that in the distance too, I've got some mountain ranges over in the distance here. It's like that mountain range that's directly behind it. We should only see on a globe model about 45 meters of it. And I can show you that back on the video. Mm-hmm. That would be the one that's directly behind it. Where are we? Skunk Bay. So let's go over. Let's find it. So here, see this mountain range over in the distance here?
Yep.
And this one. See these mountain ranges over here? That you should only see 45 meters of this apparently. But you can see that where the lighthouse is way down here, it's clear that we're seeing an awful lot more of that mm-hmm. than what there should be lost to anyway. But anyway, so my point is that here's the lighthouse. I'll stop it on the flash somewhere. Where is it? There we go. So there you go. You can see it flashing. So it's definitely the lighthouse that we're looking at. There's the mountains in the distance, etc. But this is real refraction, so the trees stay in the same height. They don't really bounce around too much. But everything low down, everything in this lower, let's say 15 meters or so, gets bounced around quite a lot. And I'm going to say that's just going through these gradients. Now, let's get off of that. I'm going to play a bit of Rumpus. Hope you don't mind. It was on my show, but
No, it's fine.
Here we go.
Your presentation. Otherwise, I would.
So in this tank, we've got some sugar solution, and with the small concentrate at the bottom than at top. So we have a greater density here and a lower density there. And greater density means it refracts more. Less density means it refracts less. And so therefore you get a curve which goes towards away from the normal, which means it becomes, so here's a little sample here of the light here, the laser here. It's coming in here, and it bends away from the normal, following sort of Snell's law, although this is slightly playing with the rule, because in Snell's law only really applies between sharp boundaries. But the effect of the rule, we can apply the rule still in this case, where we've got higher density, higher refractive index, lower refractive index. It bends, becomes more horizontal. And in fact, it becomes, and as it becomes more horizontal, it actually becomes dip. So you actually will get an arc over here. You have a slightly lower density and high density, and it bends towards the normal, so it bends more. So it will actually form an arc. So that's what light does in situations with varying density.
Yeah, so that's what things do with situations with varying density. I'll cut it off just too short for it to actually follow through with what he actually said then. But what he's done here is he's got this tank, and he's filled it with different things to make a density gradient, and he's angled the light up. So the light's angled up, the laser sets off, but the density gradient is forcing the light to change its direction, and it's pulling down. So he's explaining what happens. Obviously, he's angled it up to show it's sort of curving, because that's what they need on the globe model. They need this curve to go around the globe. So what they're showing here is that this density gradient can be shown that you can make an arch through these density gradients. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that was his point of that presentation. Now,
if we lived in sugar water, yeah.
If we lived in sugar water, exactly. But we don't live in sugar water. But I think just for trying to understand that point, it was important. Now this clip is the kaleidoscope clip. Now this is how I sort of envisage what we're seeing, which is that there's no looming. But everything that we can see is being manipulated. What we can't see, we'll get to that. But things being loomed up beyond the curve just doesn't happen. But what we do see, in reality, a lot of times, is this kind of effect where you can have this manipulation going on. I've got this woman here with lots of different heads around, a bit of looming here, all this kind of weird stuff going on. But you have to be seeing the person to actually get the rest of this from. Mm-hmm. You can't put her head out of the screen and then expect the camera to make this kind of picture. You have to have a visual of the person that you're looking at.
Right.
And the idea that things are being like loomed up like now, and then she's got a head up here somewhere, just doesn't happen. The cameras don't work like that. They have to see stuff first to interpret it, and then make all this adjustments with weird stuff going on. And this is how I'm kind of seeing the atmosphere. It's behaving a bit like this, but ultimately you do have to be able to see the thing that you're looking at first for it to be manipulated.
You got to have a line of sight at whatever you're looking at for it to multiply that.
Exactly. And we do see these kind of weird effects. Skunk Bay was just perfect for that. You saw all the dancing up and down. I mean, 1 minute it was up, 1 minute it was down. But the mean of that, let's say that was the head here, the rest of it's just distortion through the refraction process that's going on. But nothing's being loomed up from beyond anything else. If you look back at Skunk Bay footage or any footage, you can go through that time lapse and you will never see like a tree hidden behind another tree that looms up behind it. You've got to be able to see what you're looking at. The only thing that's changed in Skunk Bay is what's actually, let's go back to Skunk Bay, is what you can actually see. Everything that you can already see in this image is what's being manipulated, a bit like that kaleidoscope. But there's nothing in this image that was never there in the first place. There's nothing behind this house, for instance, over here, that's looming up. Or there's nothing over here that's suddenly looming up either. It's just what we can see.
Right.
Everything that we can see is being manipulated and warped, but everything that we can't see isn't being loomed up.
No.
Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we've always been saying about this particular observation and how it always works with water. And then, I'm excited to see Travis's presentation soon, because I don't know if you saw the video he put out today, but it's fantastic. Again, explaining how much information is, scrunched into that distant observation. And, how when you're looking at that water, we are only seeing the first, mile and a half real clearly. And then after that, you're trying to crunch, if you're looking at that lighthouse, 7 miles into basically what would be the equivalent of like a quarter inch on this screen.
Oh yeah, a few pixels. Yeah, it's like get that idea of perspective. When I went to and I climbed, where was it? I was at Nicky Nook. So I've got a video on my channel from Nicky Nook, and I did a presentation on Nathan's. And what we had was we was looking at Blackpool Tower, and beyond Blackpool Tower there was a stretch of water. Now I measured the angle and I measured the distance. And I think in just probably, let's say, 30 pixels or something like this, there was about 20 miles of water. Right. But right next to the camera, the bottom half of the camera, this part here, was, say, up to a mile away. So we had all this that was a mile away. Then we had Blackpool Tower in the distance. And then way over here up at the top, we had a few pixels of ocean, which was equivalent to a huge distance, 15, 20 miles. And it just goes to show that angular size change, how much information is trying to be squeezed into just a few pixels. It's almost impossible to distinguish which is which.
Now, how high up did you say that webcam is supposed to be?
45 feet, apparently.
Okay.
And
I mean, couldn't we do the same thing
with
with the entire argument of the where the horizon line would be? If I remember right, isn't 50 feet about 4 miles where the horizon is supposed to be?
Let me go to the curve calculator and have a look.
I could be way off on that. I'm just trying to remember.
Let's get the other one up. I prefer Metabunk for some reason. It's just... So we have a distance of 7.5 miles, and we have a viewer height of 45 feet. So the horizon is beyond the target. So the horizon would be 8.87 miles away. Now, problem is, and it is kind of a problem, because we see water behind that, but mind you,
right.
We can't really tell.
Wait. At 50, if 50 feet, the horizon is supposed to be 8 miles?
45 feet. Let's have a look.
At 45.
So, yeah, viewer height 45 feet. The horizon, the refracted horizon would be 8.87 miles, and the geometric horizon would be 8.21.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I was wrong.
No worries. So, just is what it is. But going back to this presentation, so I've talked about that floaty land. Oh, and here's an image that the Rumpus brought up when my computer decides to work. So yeah, so here we go. So this is an image that him and his friend has been working on. They've got a whole presentation about this, how light rays work, how they're supposed to curve around around the shape of the Earth, etc. This red line is standard refraction, but it's still arcing. You see, it's still arcing, but because it's not arcing enough, it's actually raising up to the observer. So it's kind of like back to front. It's like this. This is upward refraction. Upward refraction, and it's causing things to loom up, or is it downward refraction? I can't remember now. My mind's a bit frazzled right now. But ultimately, they're all curving, and sometimes they're curving away. Like this. This is their model. The problem is that they have claimed that this sort of like archway going this way in this sort of trajectory is less frequent, because to get this downward refraction, you need things to go through the mediums, and it's warmer at the bottom, going cooler and cooler and cooler and cooler. Yeah, well, that's normal. That's reality. That's what normally happens. It's warmer at ground level, and it gets cooler the higher up it goes. Mm-hmm. So this bending down of the light rays happens 99% of the time. It's very rare you're going to get a cold surface just above the water and it warm up. it's always going to be warmer at the bottom and then get cooler as it goes higher. So we should always be in this realm here where the lights are bending down. And this is important to get to my next point, how I'm actually seeing this working on a flat plane. And I've actually got them to essentially agree with me on this. So that's progress as far as I'm concerned. And we call it sinking. So have you ever heard of sinking, Jaron?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's basically the opposite of refraction, or looming. It's basically the opposite of that. So let's do a couple of videos. So this first one will be, I think this is the rumper speaking again. So just listen to what he has.
Yeah. So here's the tank.
Yep.
And so in the tank, it's a uniform thing. So obviously this is not comparable.
Can I just confirm as well that the light, the light where it's emanating
it's coming from the bottom right. It's coming from the bottom.
It's angled up originally to then create the curve down.
Correct.
However, if you was to aim that light horizontal,
it would go down.
It would go down. Yeah.
Because here, you see, that's what's happening here. You see, here the light's horizontal. This point here, the light is horizontal.
Yeah.
And then you can see it starts then to go down. I haven't got. There are other images to make it clear where it actually loops and forms an arc. But I've only seen in this image. I've only got it coming down a little bit at the end. But it will carry on going down and going to come steeper and form an arc.
Okay. So just to confirm, so if that light had been parallel, it would arc down.
Correct.
And eventually just hit the ground or whatever.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
So it could be, in effect, modelled on a plane then. In that
Which is what this is. I mean, this is what this is. Obviously, the tank here is flat, and and it has a uniform gradient going upwards of less and less refractive index, and so the great stuff on the bottom of the tank is greater refractive index.
I just want to clarify though that the only reason this is proof of this looming effect, as you've just mentioned, is because that the laser itself is already pointed up. If it had just been pointed parallel along the lines of the gradients, it would have still curved down.
Correct.
Right. Okay. That's perfect. That's just what I wanted to confirm. Okay. So you heard him. If the laser was angled parallel in this homogeneous tank, so this is a replica of what it would be like on a flat plane with these gradients going up. If the light was angled out straight ahead, it would just curve down. It would just curve down, and it would hit the floor. Essentially, it would just end up curving down through the gradients and hit the floor. The idea that they've got this curve to start with is because they've angled it up to bring it down. But if they just fired this laser straight ahead, it would go straight ahead, and then it would just fade downwards.
Correct.
Okay, so. Right, so that's the rumpus. So then I went to Stingray. So this is Stingray. So I caught Stingray on a different day. Here we go.
Bending it down, translating it down in our view.
Okay, so can you model this on a flat plane and do the inverse of refraction on that?
I can, and are you ready for this? Because,
I am.
Because I could just take away the bend. So the bend is that.
Okay.
I've just now taken away the bend, and if I go get the lattice, give me a second. So this is near enough the geometric reality. We're looking dead straight down it now, in line with that object. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we automatically, if we take the principle that it's denser, the air is denser at the bottom and more dense at the top, then what we start to get is that.
Okay.
Dense at the bottom and lighter and less dense at the top. That's what we get with atmospheric refraction. In inverse refraction, where we would see things like inferior mirages that we do see in bands, sometimes would make it do that.
Right, can you carry on increasing that, please, just for the audience to see?
Oh yeah, it just goes down.
So can you go back to normal and then show what would happen if we have an inverse of refraction on a flat plane? Just do it.
Yeah. So the inverse of refraction is that it just goes down.
So it would disappear from the bottom up with just the inverse of refraction, yeah.
Yes.
And what weather conditions would be needed for the inverse of refraction? Can you explain? How warm would the water be and how cool would the air be?
Rumpus will be best for this, but the only time we see an inverse of refraction, and that is actually light bending upwards, would be in extreme temperature differentials on a band very close to the water, where it would also present. Someone's really loud, by the way.
Well, why would it be extreme differentials to have an inverse, but it wouldn't take a lot of differential to make a normal refraction? Right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So I forgot I'd cut it off there. So yeah, essentially what he's done here is he's modelled it on a flat plane. So I'll just scroll back through this. So what he's saying here is that on a flat plane, where if you have these gradients that the rumpus has just presented with this, the light bending down through the gradients just through the nature of light, you could be looking at a distant object on a flat plane, and all that would happen is that it would just sink. Mm-hmm. And the reason it would sink is because the light at the bottom, well, all the objects would be lowering due to this atmospheric gradient, but the bottom of it the light from the bottom would just never reach the observer.
Right.
It wouldn't get there. So you would get this sinking effect. So we can see this sinking effect. We can see evidence that there may be sinking going on. I'll get to that in a minute. But we can never see the looming part.
Right.
We never see the looming part, and I want to sort of like distinguish between the two. It's like the Globers need both. They can say light goes up and down. We can see it actually in Soundly's work. With the lights on his lake Tensor's Bayou experiment.
Correct. When they go both up and down there, the lights on the right side.
Yeah, so they dance around, they go up and down, and but they just assume that this is what's going to be happening behind a curve. But hey, guess what? Soundly had visuals on those lights the whole time. You have to see these things to see the manipulation. You can't see things behind something else. There's never been a demonstration of like a house behind a hill that's been loomed up or anything like that. It just doesn't happen. Because it doesn't happen. The only thing that happens is that what the imagery that you can actually see is being affected, like the kaleidoscope. So,
and it seems to me the more you looked off into the distance, or the more distance that you're looking at, that light would bend upward, due to the fact that the more dense part of the atmosphere would be what would start getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Obviously, the largest thing that you would be able to see in the distance is the part that has the least amount of atmosphere, or the least dense atmosphere, which would cause it to bend up. Yeah. But anyway.
Right. Okay. So I want to show you this video. You might have seen this video before. Maybe not. It's quite an old one. I'll take it off me. You don't need the volume on. But essentially, this guy, and I'm not interested about what his claim is. His claim is that he's placed this object behind on a bit of a slant, not much of a slant, on a driveway, and it's quite a warm day. And what he's doing here is he's viewing this right now. And what he's going to do is he's going to pour some cold water on this step to cool off the step. Mm-hmm. And when he cools off the step, you're going to see a change, right? So let me just take a print screen of that right now, because I haven't actually prepared this part. But I want to play the video, so let me speed it up. So here we go. He says it's seeing over the curve. This is his claim. It's a Glober that did this. Mm-hmm. So there's where he claims the horizon is, or the edge of the step, or whatever it is that he's looking over. And what he's going to do now is he's going to splash some water on this. And I want you to see the change that happens. He's going to claim that there's looming going on in refraction right now. Right, so here's the water going on, and now we see a change. It settles down. I'm just going to pause it there. Mm-hmm. There we go. Can you see the change in the two?
Yep. Now you can see the whole clip.
Yep. Now you can see the whole clip. So you've probably seen this one before, Jaron?
No, I don't think I've seen that video.
Okay. So let me just pop this on here. And I just want to show you, because I'd worked this out before. I just didn't have time to do it today. So there's the original on the right before he pours the water on. Let's go to the next one where he's got where he's not moved the camera. The camera's stayed exactly the same. Everything's stayed the same. The only thing he's changed is the temperature between the step and what you're trying to observe. So let me just get it back up to there. So there we go. And straight away you can see a huge difference, right? So let me crop this.
And is this on a curved surface or this is on a flat surface?
Well, he claims that it's on a slight decline. That's what his claim is. I don't see it being that way. What I see here is this effect of the light, because this is a warmer area. This is a step here, this step, and this is still the step. Now this is nice and warm, so this light is trying to get to the camera that we're seeing it through. So we're trying to see this clip, right? And it's being distorted. This is definitely being distorted. Now, is it being distorted because it's been loomed up? He claims it's being loomed up. Well, let's just check that. Let's just put this line in. Let's put a big red line in, and let's just see if that's the case. Has the height of the clip changed its relative position? No. But when we look at this part of the object here, so we put a line through that black part of it there, can you see that no longer is in the right place? In fact, on this part here, where it was warmer, this black line has been pulled down. It's been stretched down, because that's where it should be in reality. When he's cooled the step off, and now you can see everything. Can you see where this band here that should be in this location, it isn't? It's lowered. It's been stretched. It's been pulled down. You can also see the same effect on the yellow band. So you can just sort of make out the yellow band on this. So I'm just putting it on the top there, but you can see that it's much lower than reality on this side. And also you see it with this whatever you call that, some kind of cheroot or something. But can you see that brown cheroot thing? Can you see how on the image with all the heat? So this is where all the heat is. This is the cooler. This is the warmer. And on the warmer, you can see that anything below sort of this area here, everything beneath that has been pulled down from reality. It's been stretched, and the image, what you're trying to see, it's been pulled down and stretched. It's very evident when you compare like by like, but you can clearly see that it's not been loomed up. You know, there's no looming going on here.
No,
right?
I mean, unless you're talking, I mean, and again, this could be done on a flat plane as well, and you'd have the same results.
Indeed,
right.
Indeed. And that's the whole point.
Right.
The point is that this is demonstrating this stretching effect due to the heat. So what it's saying is that you can, because of this stretching that's going on, the stretching has overlapped the yellow. This yellow part here that should be visible. Let me change this to yellow. So there we go. So there's the yellow part on this side, and we want to see the yellow part on this side, but we can't see it. Why can't we see it? Well, we can't see it because it's being the stuff that's higher up is overlapping it. The image of that is superseding this yellow. This yellow can't be seen because the image is being stretched and pulled downwards. The light is being pulled down. So this light, this yellow that we should be able to see, has been pulled down beyond the step now. So you can't see it. It's been dragged down. Yeah? And that's the point, that we do see this manipulation just on this particular video. It's quite clear that there's two big differences, but there's no looming going on. But there's definitely movement from this portion down. Definitely movement. Right, okay, so how can we see that in reality? So let's have a look at some of these images. This one's from Miles Davis. Let's open with photos. So this is one of his more recent videos that he's put out, and I noticed an issue with this the first time I saw it. I was like, oh wow, look at that stretching going on. So here we have an observation from, this was from the top. It was quite high when he filmed this. So there's the reality picture. Here's an image from him up high, taking an image of the same one. I've managed to get an image that matches up. and here it is to the side. But what I want to show you is this one down here. So this is taken from, I'm just going to make some numbers up now because I can't remember. This is, let's say, 50 feet, and this lower one is from 6 feet, right? It's something like that. So this was taken from much higher, this was taken from much lower. But what I've done is, because he walked in the same direction towards this, is I've scaled it. I've scaled it to width, so that, you know, where this starts to curve down and where this starts to bend down, and this matches up. So it's all scaled properly to the width. The only thing that's going to change on it is its vertical stuff on it. And you can see that over here. Here we have a ledge. On the higher observation. And this ledge on the lower observation has been moved. It's been pulled down. So even though it's been scaled to width, to depth, you can see that this has been stretched and pulled down. The light has been manipulated, and now the ledge is down here, whereas it should be up there if this was all to scale. Clearly it's not to scale because there's something going on. It's been manipulated somehow due to the temperature gradients have been pulling the light down. Yeah?
Absolutely, like a stretching downwards.
Yeah, just like with the clip that I showed you on that video. It's exactly the same as that. Let's go to the next image. So this one was from when I tackled Simon Dan. He sent all his trolls over to my channel. He didn't like this video because he put a video out claiming that this, which is the Ailsa Craig, and this from the lower down image, that this was missing. Now what his claim was that we were only seeing this top part of the mountain in this image here. That's what his claim was, right? And it's very evident and very clear for anybody with eyeballs to see that essentially we're seeing the same object, except from the lower image, it's proportionally accurate left to right, but it's remarkably stretched downwards. I mean, you can see how much it's been stretched at the bottom part, how fat this boy is here. It's really fat and deep, but there's some points that you can pick out, like that little noggin there, you can pick out there. This archway here, you can clearly pick out there. This little ledge here, you can clearly see it there. And obviously this drop off on the right hand side, you can clearly see it down here. But you can see the stretching again, it's being stretched down. That's why it's so much larger in this direction. So you can definitely see this stretching going on distant images. You know, you can see it quite clearly. And I'm going to make some claims. I don't know whether they're going to pan out, but I'm going to make some claims that the light is being bent down. There's plenty of evidence to say that, and the Globers are all over this saying that light bends down. What's your feeling about this, Jeran?
Yeah, it's hard not to see that it looks like it's definitely stretching or, being pulled downwards.
Right, let's... who else have I got? So I've got that. Oh, here's another guy. Am I all right to play a bit from Modern Day Debates? Okay, here we go. Oh, better put that volume up, would help.
Let's see. We don't have too many more questions. Let's see. We do have one from Ranty Flat Earth. Thanks for your question. They said, can you ask McToon, so is there no refraction going on here? Does refraction through the mediums only happen on a globe? Upward refraction would cause sinking on a plane, right?
Yes, there is. You can pretty much count on there always being refraction. Yes, downward refraction will cause things to look higher. Upward refraction will cause things to look lower. And whether it's flat or a sphere, the effects of refraction are going to be similar. However, on a sphere, except for miraging, if there's not reflection, if it's just refraction, we would not see things gone. We would see things compressed or stretched, but not gone.
You bet. Thanks very much.
What?
Okay, so... yeah.
Okay.
He's trying to say that. Do you want me to play that bit again?
No, I got what he's trying to say. I don't agree with it.
No, I don't agree with it either. What he's trying to do is he realizes that I've been sniffing around this and going after his friends with this. And I've put some hints out. And I think what he's trying to... This was the last guy that I asked this question to a couple of days ago. And I think that they're now getting aware that they need to try and distance themselves from this idea that the light would just hit the ocean and just never come back, right? Mm-hmm. But in their model, that's why we have a hidden value in their model. In their model, they would say... See, their argument is that on a flat plane, the light, that there's billions and billions of light beams coming from every single part of something that you're trying to see, and one of those rays will reach your eyeball at every time, right? And I said to them, well, how about on a globe then? Why doesn't that happen on a globe? Why do you have missing on a globe then? If all the light is going in all directions and it will always curve around and meet somebody's eyeball, it's doublespeak. It's doublespeak because they are trapped with this. They've hung their hat on refraction and the idea that light can bend down. And it's apparently well known that this is what happens with light. I'm showing that this can be proven in reality. I'm showing imagery that shows this effect in reality. And they're not liking this because essentially this idea that you can have this manipulation of light on a flat plane doesn't bode well. And it's why, if you going back to this Walter Bislin's curve calculator, so let's just go back to this Walter Bislin's, that's why he doesn't include it in his. If you actually check on his advanced curve calculator and you put it on the FE, this building is shown to be there all times. Doesn't matter what refraction you put on it.
Of course.
You can, it's not sinking. There's no sinking going on. But let's go on the globe. You put a little, a little mound in front of that building, and now the refraction works. now the atmosphere is working. Yeah.
Yeah, how would that be possible? So it only is possible on a globe, he's saying.
Yeah, exactly. But, they don't want to address the fact that this would happen on a flat plane. But I've just played 3 clips there of people admitting that this would happen. And I've even got, in his own words, the Rumpus saying that, with his expertise in this subject, that light just would bend down and hit the floor if it was set off parallel by means of that tank example. That tank example. So let's move on. Don't freeze on me. So we've done that. So today, for instance, I went down and did some videoing. So let me show you this. Right, okay, so here's the sea temperature today, Jaron. Here's the sea temperature. So it's 9.3 degrees, right? And apparently the current weather at the time was 8 degrees, right? Okay, so the temperature was lower than the sea, which was warmer. On the next slide, which isn't that one, this is the primary swell, and this is why I went today, is because at 3 p.m. we had a 0 to 1 foot swell, which is almost nothing. I mean, it's actually flat at 9 p.m. tonight, but it was 0 to 1 foot every 4 seconds, which isn't very much at all. And lastly, we'll go into the current weather. This is from AccuWeather. It says it's 9 degrees. And this was the visibility, apparently 16 kilometers, gusts around about 6 kilometers an hour, 2 or 3 miles an hour. So there was basically no issues with the weather. So with these excellent conditions, you would expect to see far, right?
Well, I used to think that way, but not since I've been to the Salton Sea and seen that there's a lot of other variables that come into play.
Well, here's the video that I took today. It's 4 minutes long. I hope you don't mind me playing that.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I love me some ranty
Okay, so take number 3. And it is just after 3 p.m. now, and the reason I keep having to restart doing this video is essentially we have air traffic flying over like nobody's business. We've had helicopters, we've had planes. Hopefully now I may be able to talk through this and work this out with you. So, it's a little after 3 p.m. I'm down at the Mirror Bowl in Blackpool. The sea state is less than a 1 foot swell, less than. In fact, just a few hours time it's going to be 0, no swell whatsoever, and the wind right now is just 2 miles an hour. Now what that is doing is it's creating a very, very flat and almost motionless sea state. I can show you that if we zoom in just around about here. You can see there's just some ripples across the ocean, but barely any vertical movement whatsoever. Okay, so now that we have that sorted out, I want to address this issue of how the light is behaving in the distance. So normally from this location I can see the mountains over there, I can see Barrow-in-Furness, I can see Devonshire Dock Hall, I can see the lighthouse from this location. However, the temperature of the ocean right now is over 9 degrees and the air temperature is just 7 degrees. Now this gradient, so to speak, this gradient will encourage the light to bend down due to refraction. Now this doesn't matter whether it's on a flat plane or a globe, this is just the nature of how we view things. Now this can be perfectly demonstrated right now when I zoom into this location where I would normally be able to see these objects. You will see that I cannot see them, not only with my naked eye but also the camera. So we are picking up nothing. So with the sun being out, with the sea state being almost flat and motionless, you would expect, with clear blue skies essentially, to be able to see a very long way, but that isn't the case. And this is a perfect demonstration today, right now, of how the light is not able to reach the camera. It's not able to get to the lens of my camera or the lens of my eye. What's happening is that all that light, as it tries to head in this direction, is caught in that gradient that pulls the light downwards, so the light actually never gets to reach the camera. Now just think about that. The light is never getting to the camera. Now of course there may be other issues at play as well. I mean, there could be some particulates in the air that are causing a little bit of blockage, etc. However, beautiful day, beautiful conditions, you would still expect to see some, if not most of, the objects we're trying to view right now. So this is just, you know, me coming down today to do this for Jeran, to just show you how, under these conditions, even when you would think they would just be perfect for good visibility, we are not able to see things in the distance. I hope this has been of some help. I'll probably play this video on Jeran's later, and for now, I'll see you in the next one.
Now, did you say that the air was warmer than the water here in this case?
No, the air was cooler than the water was warmer.
Mm-hmm.
So the water was like 9.6 degrees. And we had, my car was showing 7 degrees, the AccuWeather was saying it was 8 degrees, and somewhere else said it was 9 degrees for their air temperature. So all of those three air temperatures would have been cooler than the ocean. The ocean would have been warmer. So that would have been...
So let me see if I understand the claim correctly. So you're basically claiming that the light from Barrow-in-Furness is being bent down and hitting the water, rather than the fact that the light can't fight through any particulates or any blockage or any atmospheric conditions. That's basically your reasoning for why you think we can't see across today?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, not necessarily on this day. I mean, this was what I just saw today, and we had no visibility. I'm not claiming that was the entire reason today. There's probably other things that were going on too. But it's got to the point where I've got so used to coming down and seeing an inferior mirage, or coming down and not seeing very far, that it is the case that this is more normal than it's used to be. That when you've got the gradients, warmer, 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 well, colder at the top, and then it's just getting warmer, ever so warmer, right down to the ocean floor, then you just don't see anything. You just don't get to see very far at all.
Right.
I
think the
it's
incredible
playing
thing
out
is
with that
that-
idea of refraction.
Right. I just think the incredible thing is that, you can see on some days, on some conditions, you can't see on others. Of course, Globers would go out there on a day like this and claim curvature.
Yeah, I'd filmed in the rain one time, and I said, "Hey, because you'd only see about a mile," and I said, "Yeah, this is proof of curvature."
Well, nobody's claimed curvature better than, or they say
Silently.
proven curvature better than Ranty.
Oh, right, okay.
or maybe
Thanks for that.
maybe I'm up there with you. You and I are the only ones out there proving curvature, I guess. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to sort of like try and demonstrate what I'm trying to. Bear in mind, guys, I mean, I don't have the best of technology here, so I'm just working with paint. So you're going to have to bear with me. It is what it is. So this is essentially just a diagram that I made up, just showing this is the sea floor. This is like some water in the middle, and we have no atmosphere right now. So there's no atmosphere in this particular diagram. On the next one, I'm going to put some different colours of heating. So obviously we've got a bit warmer, and then it's slightly cooling off as it goes higher up to, you get quite high, a few hundred metres high, and it's a lot cooler up there than it is right down at the ocean floor. So here we have these temperature gradients, a bit like what the Rumpus had put in his diagram. And if he was firing the laser off from this side here, his idea would be that the laser would shoot up, and then it would arch, it would come to a level, and then it would start to pull down again, and it would curve down. And I asked him, I said, well, if it sets off on a parallel line, so let's just pretend this is a parallel line there, if it shoots it off in a parallel line, what would happen to the light ray? And we've had 3 Globers that have all agreed that the light would just start to bend down, right? So just naturally gravitate towards the warmer, denser region, which would be down here. That's how the light would propagate through these density gradients. So moving on, how would that work out if this human on the right over here was trying to observe this replica tower over on the other side of the lake? Well, let's have a look. Let's zoom in and let's see if we can figure this out. So from the observer's point of view, the light leaves, once it starts to hit these gradients. I could have just drawn the gradients right over and made it a little bit better, but I wanted to show you this through these gradients. So the light sets off in a straight line, and then as it starts to go through these gradients, it's being pulled down, and it reaches the observer. Same with this part here, and same with this part here. But what happens when we're talking about the really low stuff, the low gradients, the stuff that when it leaves the lower part of the tower, what happens then? Well, if it leaves the lower part of the tower and it hits this gradient here, it should just travel straight to the human eyeball, so the Globers would think. But no, because it's doing what the Globers say happens, that refraction is real and the light bends down through the gradients. It goes through to the denser medium. We've had the Rumpus saying that the light would just hit the water. We've had others claiming the same. It leaves from the bottom of the tower, it hits these gradients, and it never reaches the observer. So the observer never gets to see this. Same with the bottom part, just straight down, never gets to the observer. Let's move on. This is what you'd see without atmosphere. So looking across the water, you'd see that in the distance. This is with atmosphere. So already we've lost part of this tower because the light never reached the observer. It just fell into the water. But the whole image would be being pulled down through the gradients. So the top part would have started off up here, but it would have been lowered down, and eventually the lower part would just never reach the observer. Let's move on. So let's see what happens with perspective when we put some perspective in. So we're going to move these towers further away. Well, we're going to make them a bit smaller, because obviously to this guy over here, that tower from this distance is that big, but when you push it twice as far away, it's half as big. So what's going to happen? Can you imagine there, Jeren? So the light sets off, and it's moving through these gradients. The back tower is going through all these gradients due to perspective, and it never reaches the observer. Same with most of the second tower. and the first tower. And here we go. This is what you'd see, essentially. So with atmosphere, so this would be the middle tower. That would be the third tower. You might just see the top part of it, but the rest of it just would never, the light would never get there. It would just be being pulled down. Now, this is the Glober's own research. This is how they see light, light bending down through the gradients. On a homogeneous plane, this is what I've been asking, and on a homogeneous plane, George Netanyahu last night, had him on my channel, asked him this same question, another Glober. On a homogeneous plane, what would happen? Light bends down. Here we go. So this is obviously what you'd see. So there's these three images here looking through these gradients. This is what you'd end up resulting in seeing on a flat plane, not a globe. This is just on a flat plane using the trajectory of light through the mediums, and it actually just never get into the observer.
And why would it be different if the observer climbed a hill? So your observer on the right, he climbs a little bit of hill. He's going to see more of the bottom of those towers, correct?
Well, yeah, he'd be seeing more of the towers, so he'd be getting himself out of the gradient, so it would take longer for these gradients to have an effect. It's why when people like Jay Tolan Media go up high up in the atmosphere, high up on the planes and stuff, or the long distance photography, how high were they up when they did that? Was it 20,000 feet or something? So they were way high. I mean, they weren't anywhere close to this warm area, this atmosphere at the bottom. They weren't near any of that. They were 20,000 feet up, 30,000 feet up in a plane. Mm-hmm. Jay Tolan Media, he can see, 600-700 miles with his infrared. You've got the guy with the long distance photography. Is it over 300 miles that he's seeing from like 20,000 feet? Well, up there, the temperature's pretty much the same. The gradients, you don't have this huge gradient shift from the bottom, say, 20 meters or so. This bottom 20 meters where everything's happening. Eventually, things will all fall into that due to perspective. There's a very narrow band at the horizon where your eye meets the horizon, so to speak. And everything sort of falls into that. This 15, 20 meter gradient to your eyeball, let's say 10 miles away. Well, once you put a boat behind that, it also, you've only got a few pixels to play with. These things all fall into that band. It's just what happens. You lost for words.
No, I was just thinking, the great thing about these presentations is while I don't 100% agree with what's being said, but that's the way it always is, right? Whenever you hear something new and you're thinking about it, you're like, well, I'm not sure I agree with that, but it takes time. Sometimes it takes time, and that's why I like hearing this stuff, because I like to hear different opinions and I don't know, funnel them through and see what makes sense. For right now, I'm a little bit back and forth on this skeptical idea, but a little bit, but continue on for sure, because I want to hear more about it, and you've done a pretty good job of presenting your case.
No worries. Well, this is, we're trying to find reasons for why things do. Jose, for instance, has an image that, until I actually started thinking this way, until I started thinking about this sinking observation, Jose Gonzalez had an image of a water tower in the distance. And it's quite evident in that because it's coloured and it's etc., there had to have been sinking going on. Otherwise, that image would have been a glow proof. It was as simple as that. And it always flummoxed me. It was like one of the only observations that I've not been able to explain away. And yet, we can talk about things that we see, which is the inferior mirage, or we can talk about things that this compression that we can see. We can also see stretching and warping that are going on. We can see all these effects. But to actually go into the realms of this refraction sort of thing, it is going on the Glober's territory, but this is their argument. And basically, I'm just taking their argument and applying their same logic, their same trajectory of light through the mediums on a flat plane. That's all I'm doing. Is I'm
in that case, you're doing a great job explaining your point, because that's what I've seen out of this. Basically,
yeah, I'm just removing the ball. Take away the ball and apply their logic to observations. What would happen on a homogeneous plane, right, where where the gradients are all the same. Let's see what it says, open with photo. So
Right.
in
that
this
case, there
region,
would be sinking, and in that case, you would lose things bottom up.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the point. Is that you can look up what refraction is, and you can look up the different signs of refraction. And so, you've got sinking. Sinking is a thing. It's actually down there. You can look it up. You've got inferior mirages and refraction and stuff like that. But they also include looming, right? They include looming, but there's no proof at all for any looming. There's no proof. It's never been demonstrated, never been shown. I've been looking for it. I actually spent an entire year trying to find loom using that post and the buildings behind to try and see if I could find any looming. Could never see it. Look in Skunk Bay, you never see it. If they remove that from their logic, this looming, if they remove that from their logic and remove the ball, they can only be left with the science, which is saying that the light would bend down through the mediums. This is what their science says. And in that case, you can apply it on a flat plane and things will disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah, I mean, my contention with a lot of that is if you do put it on a globe, then really you'd actually be looking through less dense, and you might get the bending of up. If you think about different layers of an atmosphere.
Yeah.
For instance, Rumpus's video, or when he put the now picture that you were somehow able to put that sugar water in a curved tank, which is just insane to think about. Anytime you start bringing the ball into play, it gets insane. And then you picture different layers that are all bending with the curvature of that tank, and then you shot the light through. It certainly wouldn't curve around that tank. It would actually bend upwards.
Yeah, and the thing is, when I actually messaged you, I said this is going to be a contentious video. It's going to be a contentious claim, and I have no doubts about it that people are going to look at this and think, what is he talking about? Some people may get the logic behind it. I mean, it was like when I first started talking about the inferior mirage, nobody wanted to.
Well, the logic is there when you take what their explanations are, when you take their descriptions and you pull them onto a flat plane, then the same observations would happen. That part's not really contentious at all. Whether it's actually happening, whether that's the explanation for what we see or not, that's still up for debate.
Well, my argument is that people like Red Pill Philosophy, who's done an amazing video, shore-to-shore observation. I've got plenty of shore-to-shore observations. Here's another one. There is loads of people out there that are getting these really crisp, beautiful images. I mean, you can see this truck. I mean, I don't know if you can see it on here, but you can see the outline of the truck. You can almost see the wheels, but it's just behind the sand dune. I mean, if there was a guy in there having a cigarette, you could probably see him having a smoke. This is 14 and a half miles away, right? And we're seeing this truck. I mean, you can see the archway of the truck wheel at the back there, right? Huh. This is good photography. Right? Now, if the atmosphere is able to loom up things like this and present this as an image, wow, we are living in a special place, I tell you, because I don't even think an artist could draw it that good, right? But yeah, this is my contention, is that this is reality. Obviously, this is just on a day without refraction, but this is what the Globers will say. This to them, this is the Globers' reality.
So my question would be on the top image there. Would you be saying that the lines of sight or the light from lower than that lighthouse or whatever are bending down, and that's why you can't see the rest of that hill that day?
It would appear so, yeah. I mean, if the light is bending down, because don't forget, the light rays, as the higher up, they're supposed to be traveling faster, right? So the lower down, they struggle to go through the denser medium, so they slow down ever so slightly. But that overlapping, I was trying to sort of think of something that would sort of like show you, but I didn't want to put this out there because if I did, I would be called it for the rest of my life. And that would be, have you ever heard of a prawn ring? Have you ever seen a prawn ring that you can buy, or a king prawn ring?
Prawn ring?
Yeah, have you ever seen a king prawn ring?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well,
maybe it's a UK thing.
Yeah, it probably is, but it's like they have these prawns in a circle. They put like 50 prawns and they put them in a big circle. And they have the back parts of the prawn are headed sort of like dip towards the center. So you get this kind of like repeating sort of like swirl going around.
Gotcha.
The top part is always bending down towards the the middle. So it's like this top part here is in their model, well, in their science, is moving quicker through the medium than the part beneath it. So when it gets to the really thick stuff at the bottom, you get in this inferior mirage, which is causing the blockage, and it's because the light from the top is traveling faster than the light in the bottom, and that light at the bottom can't escape because there's light superseding it that's going faster.
Okay.
So, you know, I mean, this is, you know, to me, I mean, that's their reality. That's their reality here. That's where their curvature calcs say this would be where that fold line is.
Right.
But to me, this is reality, where you see a guy that essentially could be having a cigarette in his van, and you can just see it, you know. And to try and then if you reverse engineer backwards on this, and you take their mathematics, not their 7/6R, you know, take away the R part, you know, and the 7/6 and all that stuff, but inside of all that, there is some mathematics.
And you're sure that white thing is a truck? I mean, you have like video of it moving. It's not a house. It's not a building. It's not.
It's a truck. Yeah,
I guess
it's
it looks like
definitely a truck.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see the flat back at the part there, flat back at the back there. That's where it falls off. There's the wheel hub.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it's definitely a truck. But yeah, so inside of that, they have the mathematics to explain this illusion. You know, that's how they came up with the curve, you know, when they had this distance here.
Right.
But they were able to formulate a mathematical concept around a globe and give a mathematical, you know, sort of like formula to work this stuff out. Well, all we need to do is reverse engineer that formula, you know, and start off with something on a flat plane with this type of imagery as being the baseline. This is the baseline, you know, perfectly shore to shore, beautiful imagery, right? Okay, that's the baseline. And then let's re-engineer that backwards and say, well, okay, so on certain days you can have a little temperature gradient difference, not much, just a small amount, which, and I've seen this before, the inferior mirage isn't as high up on this. The inferior mirage, actually, the curve, you know, this pullback on it starts around about here where my cursor is, so it's much lower. So what it's showing is that this, you know, this will bounce up and down. This amount will bounce up and down, and so you start from the good, and then you reverse engineer it back, and that's what I'm leaning towards. As I say, I mean, you know, you might not agree, but let's open with this photos here, this one. So you've seen this video, this image before, Jaren?
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, two different boats, two different observer heights. Two different heights on the inferior mirage. Now, the thing is that if you actually work this out, and they're on two different levels, obviously, so where the inferior mirage is, it cannot be where the curvature of the Earth starts, because if the curvature of the Earth was here on this one, well,
totally.
How come that one's got one too? You can't have two curvatures. But what you can have is you can have this downward trajectory of the light, this refraction bending things down. And what's interesting is, okay, this image might not be the best one to show this as per the gradient, but if you actually work this out, because this boat was only a couple of miles in front of this boat, and it was much smaller, and this is a giant boat in the background, about 100 foot tall. So the gradient of this inferior mirage would be, I mean, it would literally be shooting up just like you'd expect the curve calcs. Let's see if I've got that. Yeah, so here, so forget this image for now, I'll get back to that, but let's apply this on the boat. Let's say this would be the archway of that you would get, because this would be the missing, you know, the boat in the foreground that's only, say, 20 feet tall, the boat just a couple of miles behind it that's 100 foot tall, and most of that's missing to the inferior mirage, but the steepness of that gradient would be an arch similar to the 8 inches per mile squared, you know, because they have to square it. They have to give this function of square. And I think that's what's happening. You know, I mean, I could be wrong, but here's another image. I mean, let's go. This is another image of the two. Hang on. I wanted to show this actually. It's frozen on me. One sec. So yeah, so here's another image from the same location, right? So here we have a boat in this particular image, and we have this massive inferior mirage going on. So the orange line going through the inferior mirage on the boat, and the red line going through the inferior mirage on the mountain behind it. Now again, they're in two different heights. You know, there's two different heights on these. And this mountain in the distance, it's clearing these buildings of Barrow. So the buildings of Barrow are like 160 feet above sea level, and this boat is only 20 foot tall. So it's half the distance, this boat away to that. So you would expect, so the gradient would be a huge swing up. Here's what it looks like without the inferior mirage. All these buildings are hidden. All of these buildings are hidden.
And that same height, right?
Same height, same observer position, everything. Nothing's changed. It's just a different day with the inferior mirage.
Right.
On this particular day, everything was wiped out. Right? You couldn't see anything.
Right. And that's the difference when we go to the Salton Sea, when you're able to see mirror flashes, when you're able to see laser flashes. You know, if somebody's at the beach there in front of those buildings and they're trying to send a laser across in the bottom atmospheric conditions, it doesn't reach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then if you're trying to do mirror flashes from that bottom, I see what you're saying. You know, it's the same thing. Is the weather causing it to bend down, hit the surface, and never reach your eye, and this way you never see it. And all you're actually seeing is basically a reflection of what's above it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think is causing this inferior mirage reflection. So like this post in the foreground here, this post is 4 miles away. Well, we're still seeing some of this post at 4 miles away.
Right.
But you're 18 miles away. All of these buildings are missing. Now,
and it's even the water beyond that post is not reaching your eye.
No, nothing. You know, neither the water, neither the building. In fact, you can see where this post in the foreground at 4 miles away. All around it is these buildings. All around it is the buildings. Mm-hmm. But look here. Look here. All the buildings. You can see the post, but now you can't see the buildings.
Right.
So something is causing a blockage between this post and those buildings.
Absolutely.
There's a blockage happening. And as I say, I mean, this arc would be a steep curve. It would be a curve because there's 160 feet or so of building there, and this post here is only about 20 feet tall at 4 miles away. This is at 18 miles away. So if it was on a level trajectory, a level straight line, you would see some of these buildings, but you don't. So it has to be being arched too, which makes me think that of this great, you know, with the light being pulled down. The light would be being pulled down. It would never reach the observer, but it would give this effect of this inferior mirage.
Now, what would you say if a glober came and said, okay, well, when you can see it, that light is being pulled up?
I would say I have never, ever, ever seen proof of that. In fact, I have been to this location so many times, and this post has been my savior in a way, because I've had this building behind it.
Well, and even if the light was being pulled up, I mean, you couldn't maintain the shape of that building all the way across anyway. We see what happens when it's being pulled down. Pulled down causes it to basically disappear. When it's being pulled up, I think that's when you get those, Fata Morgana, if you want to call it that, the upside down reflection.
Yeah.
Above, yeah.
And this post in relation to this building always stays in the same position. It never changes.
Right.
Never, ever, ever, ever changes. It's always there, right there. That's why I was looking for looming, because if there was looming going on,
then you would
at times
see it
I would expect to see this building.
Rather than when you see it, it's there. When you don't see it, it's the light's not reaching you.
Yeah. So definitely we've got blockage going on here, right? So we've got a boat that's partially hidden. Then we got this is only 4 miles away.
Right.
But look at how the inferior mirage has already wiped out most of this water. You know, it's like, and all the buildings are gone.
Even the bottom part of that post can't be seen.
Yep, nothing can be seen. Can't just be anything to it could be nothing to do with Earth curve, that's for sure.
No.
So there's something else going on. So it's possible that, I mean, I've been talking about atmospheric conditions. It could be like this mirrored water layer. It could be this evaporation of the water on the ocean.
That's why I was asking
all
you.
These effects.
That's why I was asking you if the temperature above the water was, a little bit warmer, or if it was colder.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's always going to be slightly warmer, isn't it? Because the evaporation is happening right above the water.
I would think so. Yeah, and then that's going to cause particulates to rise up. Yeah.
Yeah, and for the longest time, I thought that was the reality. It still might well be. This is me just putting something out there for other people to chew on and consider, because at the moment I've had 3 or 4 globers all admitting that if you set light off on a flat plane and through a homogeneous gradient, the light would bend down. So if we're looking at across a homogeneous plane here with the atmosphere and the gradients, with warmer air at the bottom and then colder at the top, even with their science, the light would say that the light would just bend straight down and just hit the water, would never get to the observer.
Mm-hmm.
And that is essentially what we're seeing. You don't need a globe for that. You don't need to,
to
put a globe in that.
It would be identical on either one. If they're saying it works on the globe, which, I guess the science or the mainstream would say that's the case, then certainly if you put that on a flat plane, you'd have the same effects, and you'd lose things bottom up the same way.
Yeah, exactly. You would definitely lose things bottom up exactly the same way. And it's been modelled, and they weren't going to model it on the flat plane.
Now,
they tried everything to get out of that.
Is there times where
to ignore it.
Is there times where you go look at this exact observation and you get those buildings covered by what looks like water? Or never?
The bottom part here, like an inferior mirage.
Right.
Yeah, loads of times.
But when that happens, I'm saying, does it look like water, or can you tell it's the same thing that's happening on the bottom image?
It's not as prominent or as pronounced as this, by any means. But it's a definite inferior mirage. It's more like this on this boat on the right, where you definitely see the mirror reflection of it. So there's 2 ways we can move forward with this kind of research. Is that if they want to claim refraction happens on a globe, they have to demonstrate looming, right? Mm-hmm. And they can't demonstrate that. It's never been proven. I've never seen anything of that ever at all. But I can apply their same logic on a flat plane and get things to disappear from the bottom up just by using refraction, right? Just using their logic.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the guy who showed the clip picture with putting the water on the cement there, again, that's not a curved ground. Is that what he's saying? Is basically if we put that on some sort of a curved asphalt or something, and we poured water, that it would bring something up from behind the curve? Is that kind of what he's getting at? You
mean his video? Right.
Yeah.
Let me find his video and play it again. Actually, so here we go. So this guy, let me mute that. So this guy has put this clip behind what is supposedly a little bit of a ramp, like on a driveway, but the driveway is ever so slightly angling away from the camera, and this is what we're seeing on a hot day. So the whole asphalt floor or concrete floor, whatever it is nice and suitably warm. And then what he's going to do is he's going to throw some water over it now, and he's going to cool that area down. And suddenly it reveals the reality of what we're trying to see. This clip, not all of the clip, bearing in mind, but much more of it. I think that there's still some of that clip behind that, because he's not been able to bring it back. But one thing we did when we analysed it is that this never moved. That never loomed up. Mm-hmm. But this was definitely stretched. That wasn't visible.
Right.
And I'm going to say that if that's...
But the same thing would be true on a flat plane, is what I'm saying, right? You're looking across the water, and on this particular day when it's warm, when there's warm air above the water, then we're losing the bottom of distant buildings.
Exactly. Well, that's the whole point. That's right. Exactly the point. So when I was looking at those, when I was putting those towers in, and I was looking across a lake, with my paint.net drawings, we were missing some of the tower. It was lost. that yellow band you can't see, they would claim that that's just hidden to Earth curve. But on a different day and different conditions, when there's no refraction going on, suddenly, the atmosphere, a bit like nighttime. At nighttime, when you go out and observe at nighttime, things have settled down. You can generally see much further. And here's another example of that.
So if you went out during the day or even at night, and you saw those little lights there, you may be able to see the lights at night, and then you wouldn't be able to see them during the day.
Yeah.
If there was little lights down by the yellow line.
Yeah. And there's been plenty of observations. I've been to Barrow and Furness. I've seen shore to shore over 18 miles at night time. I've seen to the Mirror Ball, the big one on Blackpool, all the illuminations up along the promenade. All should have been lost to Earth curve. Not a prayer.
It's the same thing when we're
things just settle down at night.
Yeah, no, we've seen laser flashes from 28 miles at the Salton Sea. We've seen the plumes from the geothermal plant, and those are only visible, or were clearly visible, at least at night. And then when the day comes, all of a sudden you get that same kind of effect as you have before we can see the entire clip here.
Yeah. And it's like Wide Awake's just said, an object must be within your line of sight in order for these optical special effects to occur. Couldn't agree more. I genuinely couldn't agree more.
Absolutely.
It's what I was talking about, this kaleidoscope effect.
Line of sight is everything.
Yeah. These things only have all these effects, all these inferior mirages, this stretching, this warping. But you have to actually see the object for this to actually occur. Right. We can demonstrate those effects because we know we can see these things, but they can never demonstrate looming. That's the whole crux of this. They need to incorporate looming into their refraction index. They have to prove it, but they can't. Whereas we just take their same science and their same mathematics, we apply that on a flat plane to something that we can actually see. We can get these effects going off at the same time, but ultimately we have we can start off from a position of an excellent observation shore to shore, and then you just work back from that with different areas of refraction, different amounts of refraction, and suddenly things start bouncing up and down like Skunk Bay, but nothing is ever loomed up from behind anything else.
No, I would agree with you. A couple super chats. We got thank you from the Shape of My World 13. Thank you for that. Miguel Beaumont, he says it's flat. Thank you very much for that. Delano Gaston said, I vote to have the 2020 Flat Earth Conference in Atlanta this year. All right, I'm not the person to talk to about that. I don't know actually who is, but Jeff Gale, thank you very much. He says, I've been thinking about high altitude balloons in a desert recently. Thinner atmosphere without clouds may allow you to see way around the curve. Let me know. In a desert, thinner atmosphere without clouds. Yeah, I mean, if you had the prime, observation conditions would be great. I mean, the problem is when you gear up to do things like that, you usually are at the you're at the behest of wherever you're going on that particular day and whatever the conditions are. Ranty knows that. I mean, you can't really just pick the conditions. That'd be great if you could, but usually you just got to go out there and see what happens.
You just got to suck it up, and to be honest, I mean, the last 18 months, I would say, this bottom image has been my reality where I live. This has been all I've been able to see is this bloody inferior mirage that gets in the way all the time. Now, we've already been through the inferior mirage and how the rest of this buildings and these sand dunes will be seen through it. So I've got so many videos out there about what lies behind the inferior mirage that completely debunks that this is where the Earth curve is. It's just blockage. So it's just atmospheric blockage. Now, it's what's the cause of that atmospheric blockage is, the Globers have now come on board with this, that, okay, so this is no longer their reified edge of the sphere, but it is a blockage. It's an atmospheric blockage. But what's the cause of it? Well, there's people that say it's this mirrored water layer, okay, which is a very good possibility. But if you want to go head-to-head with the Globers and you want to tackle them on this refraction issue, we can use the same refraction that they're using and just apply it on a plane.
Where would
tweak the mathematics a little,
Right. Where would the curve calcs put the curvature in this image here?
Pretty much where this fold line is.
Okay, that's what I figured.
And it always seems to be the case, is that, you know, this,
that's
this
your most
fold
often.
line,
That's your most often observation anyway.
well, yeah, and that's why the Globers were so adamant that that's where the reified edge of the sphere was.
Right. And I think that if you go back in the past, and you know, if we're talking about 1900s, 1850s or something, you know, they wouldn't have had the equipment, or even, you know, they wouldn't even have known to go out and see over and over again to see that what we see on the top can actually happen at times. And they would have just drawn their curve maths from the bottom picture. Yeah, and you know, I mean, we've discussed this in length. The past year and a half or so for Flat Earth on these optics side of things has changed dramatically. I mean, they've had to react to this. They've had to change the narrative because there's been overwhelming evidence that this inferior mirage is an atmospheric blockage and it's nothing to do with the leading edge of a sphere. Right. Then you've got the black swan photograph that completely just destroys them over the distance to the horizon, as well as, you know, other people doing tremendous work that they're on the back foot all the time now. They're always on the back foot, and I think this could be one of the final nails in the coffin. I don't like using the word refraction. I hate it. I hate using their mathematics on this. I really do. Well, sometimes you have to.
It sticks in my mouth to even talk about refraction because I've hated it so much for so long.
I can smell your bad breath from over here. No.
but seriously, I mean, you know, if you take their mathematics and you use it against them and you apply it on a homogeneous flat plane, then guess what? Things disappear from the bottom up.
Right.
And they agree with that, and there's no way around that for them. We don't need any looming, though. We don't need looming to happen, but they certainly do.
Because we can't find evidence of it.
And they can't prove it, though.
No. Well, I know, and I mean, they would say that this top picture is evidence of it. I mean, that's their evidence of it, because you're actually seeing beyond where the globe mass would put the horizon line. So that is their evidence of looming, but that's simply not, because you would actually see, like you said, you would see that the lineup with that, you know, say that home plate looking building there, whatever that building is straight ahead, you said, it always lines up in the same spot.
Yeah, it always does. It's never in a different position.
Right.
You know, never in a different position.
It doesn't rise up. It does. Sometimes it's not higher. Sometimes it's not, way above that post. I mean, in that case, then you would say, okay, well, something is looming here.
Well, you can even see it in this image here. I mean, you know, it's the top of this post, this yellow part, is just at the bottom of this nut there, and there's a little nut there, and it's just right next to it. Even with this inferior mirage, but it's high enough to avoid that. Mm-hmm. I don't know what would happen if it was the inferior mirage was super strong one day and it was way up here. Maybe that would manipulate that post down, but I've never seen it. I've never seen that post never being in the same position relative to the building behind it.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's necessarily what's happening. I think maybe you're right about the light's just not getting there, and if it doesn't get there, I think sometimes your eyes replace it. Could be with the reflection of the item.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just thought I would open this up for debate. You know, I would put it out there and say, okay, so from listening to these Globers doing presentations on my show and discussing it with them in depth about this stuff, that I can turn their own science against them and say, okay, well, let's re-engineer these mathematics that are inside this curvature calculator. Let's apply this to a flat plane. Let's go with the idea that light bends through these gradients and navigates towards the denser region at the bottom. So all their science is saying this, but we just apply it on a flat plane and we get things to disappear from the bottom up. But like I say, we don't need looming, and they certainly do, and they can't prove it.
Thank goodness we don't need looming, because I can't find any.
Yeah, something else I wanted to say as well. It was like I did a little. Here we go. I'll do it with you actually, Jaron, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
It's not going to take long. Do that for now. Right. Okay. So here we have. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to draw like an ocean and a horizon. So here's the ocean. Right. Next, I'm going to draw the sky. So there's the sky behind it, a bit of a deeper blue. And next I'm just going to put a building here, right? And I'm going to put a building there, right? And I'm going to say to you, right, okay, so where's the horizon? There's the sky, there's the sea.
Right.
There's these buildings.
The buildings
So-
are in the sea?
The buildings are in the sea, yeah.
Okay.
We're going to say there are a couple of oil rigs
Okay.
that are in the sea.
Okay, so if the question is where's the horizon for this observer point, would be the line, I guess.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty much. Just there, yeah.
The
So we're
apparent
gonna put-
position of it is correct, yes.
Yeah, so there's the horizon line, right? But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to play globe head with you, and I'm going to say, right, okay, well, that's too far. The horizon shouldn't be there,
Right,
because that isn't what the mathematics say.
right.
Mathematics say that the horizon should be before these platforms here. So now where's your horizon? Oh, well, the globe will say, oh, yeah, well, in that case, then, the horizon's there.
Right, and everything else is being loomed up.
And everything else is being loomed up. Yeah, exactly. And it's like they will deny their own eyeballs and their own senses and their own what they can see. I mean, I might be able to get that image up. Let me.
But
just
they
see if
have
I
to.
can get-
I mean, this is the sad part about the whole thing is that they have to. They have no other choice. I mean, their globe mathematics, the curvature math, demands that a horizon line at the edge of the sphere be at a certain place. So if we're able to observe something different than that, then there has to be an explanation. For them, it's simply, even though you're right, they're just denying their own eyeballs right in front of you. Why? Because they've been taught that your eyeballs mean nothing, that your senses mean nothing, what you see means nothing. It all depends on what scientists have said and what math says. So yeah, and this, the black swan image. I mean, I guess these towers are being loomed up. They're lifted beyond the horizon, which should probably be about where the dark water ends.
Yeah, well, what it is, this is a wave that's just rolling in. It's just lapping up towards the shoreline, this darker area. It's just the other side of the wave that's heading towards you. It's It's only a couple of inches high, this wave, as it's just lapping up towards the shore. But the rest of it, I mean, but you're right. If this was if this was on a globe, essentially where this line is here, this little wave that's just lapping up, it's on a video, so it's
Right.
very evident to see that this isn't the curvature of the Earth, this is a wave. But that would be where the horizon should be on their globe mathematics, because the horizon should be 1.33 miles away using their refraction stuff. And this platform here is, I think, 6.5 miles away. This platform here is 9.5 miles away. The horizon, which is clearly very, very evident in this, which is behind these platforms, is at least 20 miles away. And then, so you ask a glober, you'll say, well, where's the horizon? And they will say, oh, the horizon is here. Until you say to them, well, that isn't what your Earth curve calculator says. Your Earth curve calculator says that the horizon should be before the platforms. Then I've had it on my show, globers coming in and telling me that the horizon is down here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no
Right.
word of a lie.
And everything else behind it is being loomed up.
It's being loomed up.
The light is bending around the hump.
Bending around the hump, lifting everything up in perfect symmetry. Okay, yeah, there's a bit of an issue going on with a bit of Fermat's principle going on here for sure.
Sure.
Definitely things. There's a bit of distortion, deviation from straight of these lights. But that's the boon, isn't it? That's the flare boon. So this was a working platform. This
Right.
one wasn't. This was out of operation. But this flare boon, which was quite warm at the time, because it was operational, you've got a lot of heat going through this area, which is, why you're getting this major distortion on this particular part here. But the rest of it, it's pretty straight. A bit of wobbling going on, but they're hanging on to that belief that this wobble is like the refraction. Yeah.
It doesn't prove that it's being lifted up and all the water that it's in is somehow magically floating. And, there can be observation days where you go out there and you probably wouldn't see the water that's in front of those two platforms. And I've heard people describe that as looming, and we've shown every time when you see those boats supposedly floating out there, they're simply in the water and you just can't see the water on that particular day. Skeptic 936 just sent a super chat, says Ranty rocks. Can't disagree with that.
Thank you, skeptic. but if this is their proof of looming, right? This is their proof of refraction and looming, right? And their proof of refraction and looming, wait for this, Jaren, is that everything's sort of like a little bit wobbly and squiggly, yeah? Right? That's what their claim is, right? That proves that it's being refracted, right?
Oh boy.
So so in that case then, what about my image? What about my image that isn't all wavy and bent out of shape? What about my image that's just a very clear image?
Refraction and looming.
Yeah, but why, how do I know that this isn't refraction now? Because it's just a very good image.
Right.
Yeah? There's no warping and twisting and bent metal going on here.
No.
So how are they now determining that this is looming? If their only claim for looming or proof of looming is because that those platforms are a little bit squiggly and wiggly. Yeah?
Yeah, well, I don't think they have any other answers. So it's kind of what I expect to hear from them.
Anyway, I think that's my presentation done. I think I was going to go and do something else, but I don't really need to. I think I've made my point. I don't want to ram it home too much.
Okay, whoa. It's been 2 hours? Can't be right. Maybe it
Has
is.
it?
I don't know. That's what my live thing says down here, but it might have been when I started the first show. That's crazy, though. Yeah, I guess it has been 2 hours now. I look at it. It's past. Yeah. Wow. Okay. That was longer than it was supposed to be, but we can be good there. So I guess go ahead and summarize your points if you were able to get across what you're trying to say in a paragraph. How would you describe it? Well, it could be two.
In a paragraph or two, right? Okay, so if you replace their 7.6R refraction and their globe presupposition and replace their scientific proof of light bending through the density gradients and apply that on a homogeneous flat plane with equal density layers, you will have bottom-up obstruction when trying to view distant objects, buildings across vast distances.
Sounds good to me.
Boom. There we go, people. There we go. So I've stopped it there at basically just 8 minutes left because essentially it's just the shilling part after this, Patreon, all that kind of stuff. Ranty's got a Patreon account. Well, yes, I have, and etc., etc. But I think people are aware of that, and if anyone wants to support the show, anyone wants to support me and what I do, I would love you to head on over and go and support me on Patreon. But hey, I'm not going to have it showed over and over and over again. I barely mention it. It's just as and when. So anyway, if you do, you do. If you don't, no problem. But anyway, there's only 8 minutes left and there's no new information in this. Right. I am now going to get Skype open. Let's get to the old Skype going, and hopefully we can get some guests in. Now, I did have 4 guests who said they would be willing to participate, so let's see if I can make a group with them all and bring them in. So just give me approximately 1 minute, and I should have everybody in. Here we go. Right, so that's 2 people in. Who else do we need? There we go. And we need who else do we need in? Oh yes. And lastly, we just need Ali B. There we go. Right, so the group's formed. All I need to do is give them a bell, and hopefully we'll get this show, the after show, on the road. Here we go.
Hello, 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 what ho?
Hello, 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 what ho? So everybody that asked to join the panel has been added. How is everybody?
Hey. Oh, good. We have Ruhif here. Excellent.
Hi. Is that Peach-A?
How you doing, Ruhif? Let me put on my camera since you're doing that. How you doing?
I'm probably going to turn mine off shortly.
You're okay. Yeah. How you doing, everybody? How you doing, Randy?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks, Pete. I'm sort of refreshed after the weekend, actually. It's 1:45 and I'm still raring to go. I thought I'd be a bit tired, but, I'm not actually. So we can probably get a good hour and a half in perhaps on this. And so if, just it all depends on how long people want to stay, really. Did you enjoy the presentation?
I didn't actually watch much of it, to be honest.
Yeah, it was just as good as the first time.
Cheers.
Show your face anyway, Ruhif. You're going to have to sort of defend not that you're going to have to do anything, but I mean, it's sort of indefensible, really. It'd be an insult to our intelligence. It'd be at least didn't concede something, I guess, at this late stage. Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah. Like I said, I watched maybe 15, 20 minutes of the stream. So
yeah, you get the general gist, right?
Oh, it was about refraction. Was it actually just a repeat of the Jeranism chat that he had on his channel? Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't watch that either, but yeah, that explains why it was pre-recorded. Yeah.
It's the same issues, right? From day fucking one, it's been the same issues, just across the board. Simple as that. And this should all be settled for, let's say, flat earthers, especially upon sort of calling ourselves flat earthers. Decide these issues yourself, and then we'll take it from there, I guess. And here we are now, taking it right back, I guess, Ruh. I mean to pick on you, or I'm not picking on your end, and I'm just talking here. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to get in or what's the story, but I was just saying, I mean, just in terms of the whole, to sum it up, right? It's everything. So we have the visuals, and it's about making sense of the visuals. And when you take in all of these real considerations, well, the ball is ruled out absolutely fundamentally, completely on the basis of everything and all the arguments that have been presented hitherto by the ball, especially associated with the spherical geometry.
I'm sure we'll discuss that shortly. Who we got? Mind of God. Who's Ether Band Boy? Alan Beck is Ali B, right? Chirag Patel's Mind of God.
That would be the Ether Band. Ether Band, Ruhib.
Ether Band, whatever. Ether.
Can I just do a quick mic check? Is my voice coming through okay?
Are you perfectly, Ali?
Ali B's here. I'm out of here.
See you later, Travis.
Oh, it's Travis.
Good man, Travis. All right, I'm going to mute. I'm making coffee, so I'll be listening.
All right.
Let me ask Randy how you felt that presentation went. I mean, 1,000 people, I suppose, would be tuning into Jeranism. So that's sort of a lot of pressure in a sense, I'm just saying as the individual. But how did you feel that presentation went? And I also like the way you mentioned the mirrored water there a couple of times as well, and lots of different possibilities to decode what we're actually seeing. But how do you think it went?
Yeah, well, I wasn't making a claim as such. I was just simply putting it out there that from the information that I'd got from the Globers, having spoken with them and how light behaves in their, in their science, and also getting them specifically to address it on a flat plane, what would happen? They all agreed that the light would just bend down, and with that in mind, it gave me the idea of what's the point in having a globe then? You'll get a bottom up obstruction.
You can quiz me live shortly, Ranty. So
yeah, sure, fine. No worries. So the whole
we're not live yet, right?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah.
Oh shit! I was going to open some mail.
Well, the presentation was, like I say, it was just putting it out there. Let's just apply their logic on a flat plane, and hey, you get bottom up obstruction. So more than anything, it was just sort of like removing that exclusivity that the globe has on refraction. Because in Walter Bislin's curve calculator, it doesn't show that. It doesn't show this this drop when you put it on a flat plane. So yeah, just if you remove that from them, if you take that refraction argument away from them, and it's no longer just an exclusive globe Earth refraction only, and you apply it to both, it can be done to both. It's just another arsenal that flat Earth has against the globe. So from that perspective, I think it went pretty well. And it was, like
Excellent.
I say, it wasn't my. It's not my claim per se. It's just taking their argument and applying it on a plane. And when I mentioned the mirror layer, that was another point. This evaporation would create the same effect. And I'm more leaning to. I've always been of that. That's always been my position. This atmospheric conditions just above the water, rather than it being a light ray.
Yeah.
But I was going into globe mode there and saying, hey, apply globe mode on a flat plane and you get a bottom up obstruction. So I think the presentation went well that way. So
yeah, I mean, it's getting the main point across, and the more people sort of become aware or start asking these basic questions, the better. But I'll just say to bring Ruif in, right, because this is what it all comes back to.
He said he'll be back in a minute. He's just
all right. Well,
step away
what I would ask, right, and it's a general question as well, to any bowlers out there. Isn't this the whole point of it all along? When you saw an image and we're trying to decode it, generally it's because a flat earther brings it to the table. Remember, the globe earthers or the Borler Borg are always sort of reactive, you know what I mean? They never bring anything new because the truth is already delivered to us. But when an image is presented, and according, of course, to the story, the spinning ball Earth model, we shouldn't be able to see it. Then what they do immediately, absolutely immediately, right? Because they have to explain it away because we know immediately it shouldn't be possible. Why? Because there's a fixed geometry. They need to know the observer height. I'm just talking you through the process, right, and the rationale. They need to know observer height, the way they can calculate where, on this image that you're showing me, this visible horizon, which is clearly the visible horizon, it's the geometric horizon, where that begins, and then we'll take into account all of these different manner of atmospheric effects, refraction, looming, and we can bring them into consideration when we're trying to explain what's happening with the target, the visuals with the target, whether it be mirroring, stretching, towering.
Yeah.
I actually think, do you see that shadow moving over my screen there, or is my screen bad or something?
There was a bit then, but yeah, I just want to address Bob the Science Guy in the chat who says, Ranty, can you think of a test to prove the Earth is flat or not? How would you rule out the flat Earth with a triangle? Listen, how would I prove the Earth is flat? Hey, look, there's a guy that put a video out very recently over a frozen lake. Again, one of numerous ones that he's done. And he saw these laser lights, I think it was up to 9 miles away, from just a few feet, a couple of feet maybe. And he traced it all the way back. It's game over there. I mean, unfortunately, for most of us in this world, we don't live on any ice. For the most part, we don't have the luxury of just being able to go out and film across frozen lakes, unlike this guy, who, I think he's called Grouter1, will actually go out and put the time and effort in to do a very scientific test by doing drill holes and putting the lasers out there. Nobody's got that kind of dedication or will to do that. And he does it, and he proves that water does not curve.
Yeah, let me just jump in real quick, if I may.
Sure.
I don't know if either of you watched the video presentation that George Netyuk put together for his test on Rainy Lake up where he lives. Got a lot of static. Have you watched any of those, Ranty or Pete?
I haven't, no.
Well, he entered the scene, Travis, way back with these experiments in tow. I kept waiting for the results, like Rumpus's fucking final thesis, kept waiting for the results, and they were not unconclusive in the end. Just lose interest. But off you go. Yeah, I know about that.
Sure. I'll just make a couple brief statements. If you go to any of those videos, you'll see my comments, and I tried to be as objective as possible. I made a few snide comments, but overall, my honest critiques were there and remain for him to answer. It was clear to me, number one, it was clear that George over and over again simply made declarations about what he believed the atmosphere was doing. He had no statistics or measurements whatsoever. Okay. The second thing is that he consistently and repeatedly showed high refraction, distorted images, and in the same breath says this is very little refraction. Very little refraction going on. We can clearly, and if you just watch it with an open eye, it's very, very obvious that I would say I'm going to give George the benefit of the doubt and say that he's not lying, but that he is a complete smurf.
But you can do that all you like, man. You can do that all you like, but you're just kidding yourself there. But you could never concede anything. Let me tell you what proves a flat Earth in a sense. It's more about disproving the ball anyway. But a flat $2, I tell you this, right? In my brain, a $2 mini spirit level that's made and calibrated in China proves that we live on a flat and a stationary plane. Because the bubble will always remain level on a level journey, on a sea journey around a level condition. Simple as that. Otherwise, when I ask for an explanation for that, well, the microgravity is sort of clinging onto the bubble and keeping it in place, even though it's going. No, it's that simple, right? The ball has never existed. It's just utter fantasy. And by engaging people like George, who knows well the Earth is flat, come on, we have to know what we're dealing with here. If you know that some guy is spoofing you, that's one thing. But if you know if you think he's genuine, but you feel there's a bit of spoofing going on, that's one thing. But if you know he's doing it deliberately, that's a different thing. You're going to react differently, right? Everyone is. And we all should be reacting differently to anyone who's fucking blatantly lying, I think, at this stage, right? It's not about what isn't. We know what isn't. It's about now explaining these phenomena. And that's where, Travis, you talk about ether band. There's a very sort of loaded term in a sense, and it's a very sort of fuel topic, necessarily so. And I think it's bringing attention to something real. But all of these things need explaining, and whatever the explanation is, it might have major and will have major implications for our sort of accepted understanding into terms like refraction. All of these terms are defined in terms generally of a ball Earth, right? Inferior mirage is a ball Earth term. It really is, right? Because we're looking at something and we're seeing what we shouldn't be seeing, and we're seeing mirroring underneath, inferior mirage. Now, what is the ultimate cause of that? Well, what is the ultimate cause of that? This is where we need to be sort of focused and have an open mind about everything. As you know, I have my certain ideas, and they absolutely make sense. I wanted to say to Ranty just at one point he mentioned, which is very important as well, in the presentation. I hadn't seen it before, Jeranism. Bob, they all have me banned for some reason. But you mentioned, and I hold that true as well. If you can see a target in the distance, let's say a windmill at 20 miles, fundamentally, you're seeing almost all the way along that water to the target. Because if you weren't, because of the angles, reflection, whatever, all of these things, you wouldn't be able to see it. So you're actually, for the most part, seeing all the way along the water. And the black swan image as well showed you when you're down at beyond a certain level, the acuteness of viewing angle, water conditions, etc., allow you to see not just to the targets, but well beyond it as well, all the way along the water. So these are, and I know, listen, let me just say, Rumpus said, no one else on Earth is talking about this. I don't hold that's true at all. The military, etc., they all know about a flat Earth and what water does in terms of perspective when you're looking into the vast distance, right? Even 2 or 3, 5 miles is a massive distance to be looking from our own tiny perspective, no matter what instrumentation we use. So all of these things are known. That's where I think the astronomical horizon is. At the perfect sunset, when the water is calm, you can see as far as you can see. You can identify the real astronomical horizon by the mirroring of the sun, where the mirror line, and this is where the mirror water layer ends, right, and the sky begins, and that can be many, many miles, but it's all compressed to our vision as well. And I think the important thing to sort of try and realize when you're examining this inferior mirage is mirroring underneath is understanding that to us it looks like a local mirror, like if there's a lamppost across the river 500 yards away and it almost stretches all the way across the river in terms of its reflection to your feet, that sort of thing. So all these things come into account. But yeah, as regards George or any of these Paul, who is the argument against? Who are we trying to go? That's why I'm underwhelmed with the black swan. Because, all of us flat earthers long since know the earth is flat. And who's there now to argue this? Well, Rube at least is showing his face. So, if he's a man, right, he'll say he's wrong, or he'll go, I concede something, or I'll reconsider this. And if he's not, then he's something else. So.
Well, to be honest, I've heard enough of this black swan now. There's only so many times, you can only flog the horse so many times, and it is just one video, one image. It is essentially an anomaly. It's like, okay, it is to all intents and purposes the image that, if you take it on face value, it completely destroys the globe, right? The problem is that it isn't something that you can easily recreate. It's not, and that's why sort of like hanging your hat on this particular just one glorious observation over and over. It's a bit like going over that Isle of Man stuff again. You know, it just feels like dragging it on.
You have your own
week
one,
in,
Ranty.
week out. You know, there's no point. I've got my own. I've got my 1 foot observation, but I don't bring it out every show. I don't bring it out.
Make a deal about it. Make a meme about it.
Yeah,
because now it will just add to the weight of the black swan. And let me tell you something. A black swan is a negative term. When you're down the Swanee, you're in trouble, right? When you take a swan dive, you're going down. So that's into the general swan. So a black swan then is more significant still. Affairs like 9/11, the medium victim hoax that it was, symbolic hoax, was described as a black swan event because they say it was totally unpredictable and had magnificent consequences for life in general afterwards, right? So if we know...
Pete, one second, Ranty, can you explain your 1 foot, like just verbally? What do you have that's similar to this, just for people who maybe don't know?
You have to think of a name for that, Ranty.
Yeah. That would be good.
More positive note.
Well, essentially, it's just the same as Red Pill Philosophy's video, which, you know, I have to class the two observations. But Red Pill Philosophy's, in my opinion, is a better observation. You know, I mean, I can't claim that I have the best observation, you know, in this domain, because I'm sure there's plenty of other people that have just as Flatzer, for instance, doing some excellent observations up in Scotland. But Red Pill Philosophy's observation is absolutely beautiful. It has moving things on it. I mean, my observation is great because you see buildings, you have a lighthouse, you have a whole bunch of stuff there that you shouldn't see on a globe from 1 foot, and it is a beautifully flat, crystal clear, shore-to-shore observation. The difference with Red Pill Philosophy is you actually see cars going over a damn bridge. the bridge shouldn't even be seen. And
Mind that, this is not a game. Remember, you're up against, and look, if you think about it in this sense, we're up against the whole of the world. All the higher thinking, the higher mind people, you know, you're up against universities, you're up against educational systems, you're up against just whole empires in a sense. Yeah. So, you know, if one thing, this has been pushed for a reason, by the way, Black Swan, but if that's been pushed, well, you know, I think in general, it's one of those memes, you know, it gets the attention of people, and there's not one person around who hasn't heard about Flat Earth. I think more and more people are taking it seriously as well. So certainly, Ranty, because you're on this path, put out your own, let's think of a different name for it, a more positive name. I'll work on that. Where was it? Barrow on Fergus, was it?
Barrow and Fergus, yeah, but don't confuse what I'm saying, though, that it's okay, the Black Swan image is what it is, but it is still just it's the anomaly. It's the anomaly of it. If it was like if you saw this all the time, you could literally pin your hopes on it. But just on this one observation, now I actually went and I had a look for the weather data, the meteorological data for the region. I was trying to look at it from a globe earther's perspective. What could I find to explain this? So I was looking at the barometric pressure. I was looking at the temperature. I looked at the wind direction. I looked at everything I could think of that could try and explain this, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. It was pretty, you know, the weather conditions for that entire week were pretty similar. The barometric pressure was the same. There was nothing on that day that would suggest that the weather or the temperature or anything played a part in that image. But something definitely happened on that day because you saw a very long way. But that just makes it the anomaly rather than the norm. And I'm saying, just, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You know, don't flog it to death.
Where does the ether band come into that observation, Travis?
Well, that's a continuing study, obviously, Pete, and that's a great question. I do happen to think that there possibly is a specific variable that might have to be isolated. A couple of things. First, what Ranty just said, the anomaly for me is to see shore to shore. I don't see that in 99% of the shots that I take on the Chesapeake Bay. So when I have a clear shot down to the shoreline, man, that is like hitting a home run. What the heck, a grand slam, right? And so what happened was back in September, I had this beautiful overcast day, moderate temperature, just a beautiful day overall, but it was overcast, and I saw farther and more clearly than I ever had before. The next day, it was exactly the same. I thought I was going to go out, get another clear shot. No way. Not even close. So there is something else going on because it was still overcast. And as a matter of fact, that same week, Rumpus was on Jose saying, oh, yeah, overcast is the best time to get your pictures. And I had 2 days in a row where that was absolutely false. So, what is that variable? I'm not really sure which one to nail it down to. But to go back to what you said earlier, Pete, about the inferior mirage being a term that is attached to a ball model, I've said on my streams, and I'll say it again here, that I actually believe that the superior mirage is misidentified. I don't believe it's correctly identified. I'm going to be so bold as to say that that a superior mirage is really an inferior mirage with a different image.
Okay, I have thoughts on that as well, by the way. And the horizon is never where we see it to be, or where we perceive it to be. It just never is, right? Because first of all, I guess we're sort of you're into a whole new realm of thinking. So if we do live on a flat stationary plane and we're looking over extended spans of water, how should I imagine it looks? You know what I mean? But in regards to why Ranty and other people have caught, especially Ranty, because you're down so low, right, and it's so clear. Any child will tell you, yes, you can see all the way across. There's very little trickery going on here. For me, it's water all the way, right? So it's like a puddle. It's like a puddle, and the angle that you're making to it, as you back off from that puddle and you're seeing something reflected, the acuteness of that angle, right, as it diminishes more and more, will allow you to see the layer less and less, if you know what I mean, until eventually, under perfect conditions, perfect stillness, right, then you get down to 1 foot and you're seeing actuality as it is. It's not anomalous. The rest of the circumstances are anomalous, because if I have a door in front of me, then the door is on front of me, right? I can see it. Now, if there's loads of fumes and smoke around, or I'm drunk or something, I was wobbling, these are anomalous situations, but the normal is well settled. So we can all agree that, look, our eyes, cameras are shit at picking up what our eyes can sort of determine about the world, as well as artificiality to it. But getting back to the basic idea here, that's what it is for me, right? We're looking along an extended span of water all the way. So to our perspective, or the camera's perspective especially, the water towards the other shoreline is going to bunch up, sometimes miles, right? So this will behave like a collective, and it will start reflecting. And that's what I think about the drone as well. If you had the capabilities of making these observations. Actually, sorry, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it the next night. I'll go to the Skunk Bay footage.
Can I make a point?
Let me just say, the Skunk Bay footage, right, itself, if you pay attention to it, I did it at the time 3 or 4 years ago, you can see the mirrored water layer is proven because there's a speedboat going by at the back, right? And as it disturbs the water, the wake, right, the whole of the image starts to get distorted. So it shows that there's something physical mirroring. But anyway, that's a different matter. Someone wanted to get in there.
Yeah, Pete, just while we have Ruhif here, kind of what you were talking about, we have this black swan thing and Ranty's observations that are stretching the ball Earth model. Does Ruhif, you have a comment on that? Just maybe not technical, but what do you think about these observations which occur regularly that are stretching the model?
Well, they don't occur regularly, right?
No, they do. We're just not doing them. If you had cameras placed on the shore of every water body on Earth, you would see them lots of times.
Yeah, but not regularly, right? This BMLSB 69 guy, in one of his videos, he actually says he went to the same spot, as many times as he could in the space of 3 months. And, every single time it looked like X. And then one day he came and it looked like the photo that I'll actually put on screen now. 1 minute.
But you get what I'm saying. If you put a camera there permanently and everywhere, that would not be an unusual occurrence statistically, right?
It will occur, yes.
Right.
But
so
it's not
I'm
the
just,
norm. Not the
no,
norm,
I get that. But
okay.
Can I hold on, guys? Can I just hold that thought? I'm just going to post a link in the chat. And this is to the weather report for the October 2016 weather in Miramar Beach. This was where the observation was taken. The observation was taken on Friday the 21st of October at 6:50 in the morning, right? So I'm going to post a link in the chat. So if anybody wants to actually check and try and find out what the anomaly may have been, I can't see it. I'm looking at all the data, the humidity, I'm looking at the pressure, I'm looking at the wind direction, I'm looking at the temperatures. There's nothing really that sticks out here that says that on that particular day there should have been that clear of an observation. But I'm going to put the link in anyway.
And there's so many factors.
Let me just jump in real quick.
To distinguish, right?
Hold on, Ruhif. I'm sorry. Just hold on real quick. Ranty, Chirag is really, really low for me. I have to struggle. Everybody else's volume is great, but his is low for some reason. Just to let you know, Ruhif, I was in California for the past 18 days taking shots. I was in Santa Barbara at the same location making observations. And so if you're interested, Ranty has some photos. If he wants to pull them up, you can look at what I got as well.
That'd be good. This is Travis.
Can I quickly jump in there as well? I have to agree with Ruhif on that not happening every time, like the same as Soundly's pictures. That's the same kind of thing. It doesn't happen. It wouldn't happen very often, kind of thing as well. So we can sort of negate the both, really, because statistically it would happen if Travis has just said 90% of the time he takes them, he hardly ever sees it, even under the conditions. Ranty's kind of the same. It's quite an anomaly. So it's just the same as I say, Soundly's photographs, even though it showed that's like not a normal thing that you would see, that you would see around the world every day. Because statistically, even if it was around the world, compared to the amount of people that did it, the amount of people that caught it would be quite a low percentage, I would believe, if what Ranty does and Travis is saying.
There are maps, so there's
no, I get what you're saying. So, but that sort of negates Soundly's thing, so we can kind of put that to bed, although it was debunked ages ago. That's all I wanted to say. So,
well, there's so many other things that
you've
we can
just
talk
agreed.
about.
1 second, Ranty, but you just agreed with me. It doesn't happen every day. So if the other
Soundly or the oil platforms,
both of them,
I would say
they're the same thing.
Every day.
No, but you're saying it might happen. It might happen there. It hasn't been observed every day to happen. And like you agreed, if it was taken around the world, it'd be the same statistics as from shore to shore as what you would see with Soundly's. It's not a everyday occurrence, that.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't
is an everyday occurrence. I haven't seen anyone take Soundly's footage that doesn't show curve.
Yeah, but I mean that got debunked. There's plenty of people that have sort of taken that out. So we kind of agree. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. You can't really base your facts on these photographs. It's there's something going on there. So we can't really put a stamp on that with the optics that we're seeing at the moment.
Man, Rufus, you're too smart to cite Soundly's curvy bridge for anything, man. So let's not go there, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear him. I just wanted to hear him references.
But Ali, I agree with your point. But can we say roughly? Can we say once a month that would happen? Once a year? Once a decade?
I have no idea. That's Ranty and Travis. They're the guys. They're the only guys that go out there. Tim Osmond goes out twice and says, right, there you go, I've proved it. Where Ranty and Travis, these guys are out every day. Travis has just spent 2 weeks with his camera on the shore for hours and hours at a time, just photographing. Ranty does the same. These are the guys you want to be talking to, not these guys that go on about ray tracing and geometrics and the rumpus giving balls and all that kind of stuff. These are the guys we want to be talking to.
It also seems, Ali, that the murkier the image, the more normal, right? But the clearer or crisper the image, the more anomalous. So this is contradictory. We all know what we're seeing. When Ranty has this 1 foot image, or whoever, was it you who had the oil rig Anacapa Island photography, Travis? I've been hearing your name associated with that. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's me. Yes.
I didn't know. It's not funny. That's funny for other reasons as well. But yeah, you knew, right? You're seeing this is a version of reality. You might as well you be looking across the road with your eyes. This is because you can go there, first of all. Ranty can go to Barrow and Furnace. He can see it. He can compare and contrast to all the different captures he's got, and he knows the best crisp example of reality that you can find. And to associate anomalous behavior to that crisp picture of reality is a very definition of incommunicability, I suppose. That was a good one, incommunicability. Because you can't relate to that, right? If I say black is white and you say no, black is black, well, if no one is shifting, well, there's no further going, right? And as Ruhuf, are you open to being persuaded, Ruhuf? If we were to persuade you right now, and if Randy was to bring up that 1 foot image, and I was to ask you, is that, to the best of your senses, a real capture of what might be going on in the imagery? Would you be open to say yes?
The 1 foot image looks flat. You can quote me on that. It
Okay,
actually looks
excellent.
concave.
Okay,
It actually
right.
looks concave, to be honest.
Hang on, guys. I need to intersect. Right, the Rumpus has pointed out quite correctly that it was the wrong Miramar Bay. I was using the Miramar Bay in Florida. This one's in California. I'm just checking through this now, and the barometer stays the same. It barely changes. The temperature, humidity. There's nothing in this, even still, that would indicate this level of visibility. Right, carry on, guys. I'm going to post this link now anyway.
No, but Ranty,
It's going to be difficult
Rumpus
to go
says
back anyway.
Rumpus says it doesn't matter. You can take 3 numbers in any cube and it'll be okay. So wherever it is in the world, it's fine for him. So don't worry. It's good.
Yeah, it's
Not to
gonna be
lose. Rumpus is not to
go back
lose. His face can't go red on
recreate
camera.
the,
I'm making fun of him. I'm making fun of him. Bring him in on the call if he's out in the chat.
Don't bring him in because Ruth is on camera at least. His face can go red if he's embarrassed.
Let's move on. Let's go back to what we were talking about. Let's keep on that subject. Forget him. Even when he's not here, he's here kind of thing. Fuck him.
Yeah. What's your explanation?
Let's go on with the.
What's your explanation? You say it looks flat, so we say the Earth is flat, right? Water is always level when still, so we're actually looking all the way across the targets, and when we can't see the targets, there's a few different factors involved. It's not the curvature of the Earth. First of all, down so low, you're beneath that mirroring layer. It's where the green flash will be an excellent globe debunker, I swear to you, I'm telling you. Anyway, but Ruhef, yeah, so if it looks flat, over what extended span, that's 15 miles or something, over what extended span then will you admit looks flat, but it still can't be flat because it has to be a globe? Why do you cling to the globe in spite of all the controversy?
Because when you're that close to the surface, the density gradient can be extreme in either direction. So the density gradient can bend it tightly so that it looks flat, or it can bend upwards so it looks like an inferior mirage. At the end, I've got like half a dozen videos about refraction on my channel, right? At the end of each video, I say, don't bother with observations done so close to a surface, because you might have like a cold surface and a warm area elevation and you get extra refraction, or it could be the reverse and you'll get inferior mirages. I always say get some elevation, look at something a long way away with a lot of hidden amount, and you'll have a more predictable density gradient and therefore more predictable refraction.
No, dude, that's just convenient for your narrative, man. Like,
well, when you guys have something hidden at the bottom, you go, oh, it's fucking shoaling or a little 1 foot swell. So how about we all eliminate excuses that we can put on the other side?
Well,
get some elevation.
Your geometric horizon's gone now, so we only have ray tracing.
What do you mean it's
so
gone?
You can't cite that.
So hang on, mind God. So Ruhef, let me ask you something else. So hang on, please, mind of God.
Yeah,
Ruhef, let me ask you something else, right? Where in everyday life, outside of these miraculous conditions where it appears that we're seeing exactly, clearly as we can see, but where else can you sort of apply your reasoning there? Any other phenomena? I mean, you know what I mean? Does it happen anywhere else in your life that you're confused? I mean, let me just say, in mirages, right? It's another loaded term. We normally associate mirage with extreme conditions, right? We've got a hot road during a hot summer's day or something like that, or some other conditions like that, or else you got desert conditions. We're talking about everyday conditions, normal, natural atmospheric temperatures and pressures, etc. Where else do you apply this reasoning, this twisted backward reasoning, to sort of solving some sort of problem or conundrum regarding the visuals?
What I've said. There is literature, like published papers supporting what I've just said, that the refraction close to the ground is extreme in both directions.
Yeah, but that's all applied to a spinning ball Earth. But every phenomenon like
it's not.
Every phenomenon
It was done over 800 meters, reciprocal theodolite measurements, and the ray curvature was extreme in both directions.
So where
What do
did
you mean
they,
both
when you were doing,
directions?
Rumpus said, mind of God, this is a good one, Rumpus, because if Rumpus in the chat, he might answer this. Remember, often any of us here can testify, Rumpus has said, you silly twat, you can prove the earth is flat with a theodolite, get up on the hill, point your crosshairs at the horizon, and make your necessary calculations. He said it was as simple as that. So
Yes. Why
we
is the horizon
find
below eye
that
level?
the horizon now is not the real geometric horizon. So why would he incorporate that? Why would he incorporate it into that simple procedure if he wasn't talking about the geometric horizon when he pointed the crosshairs at the theodolite at?
When you point the crosshairs of theodolite at the horizon, it is below eye level. Why is that?
Because it's not the horizon.
It's where the sky meets the
wait a
sea,
minute.
right?
1 second.
Not the horizon, it's the apparent horizon.
1 second, Pete. 1 second.
Massive shout out to Mason B. Great show, Ranty. Ruhif is a doofus like a dodo. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Timmy Osmond, they went out, they done a wee theodolite thing, and Jesse Kozlowski set up the auto level, right? And it was below the horizon. It pointed to below the horizon, the total opposite. And that was an auto level. And that was Jesse Kozlowski, and he's tooled up. He's like the Rambo of the fucking geodetic surveyors to the ballers, man. His auto level. Listen. You're saying about the if you set up a theodolite level, the horizon will always be below the line. Well, there was an auto level, a laser auto level. An expensive proper
laser auto level.
Yeah, auto level that Jesse Kozlowski used.
Yeah, right. I'm not sure I'd be using a laser auto level to look at the horizon.
Right, but forget about the laser, but it was an auto level, meaning it automatically calibrated itself perpendicular to the ground, so it was 90 degrees, totally 90 degrees, and even Jesse Kozlowski wondered why that happened. He was even surprised, but they kept that just, it never got picked up by anybody, but I remember it. Right, so
over what surface was he looking?
Yeah, theodolite.
Yeah.
No, it is a point, Pete, by the way, right? It is a point because it's totally opposite from what you said.
Like everything they say, Ali, right? Like everything.
Yeah, but let me continue.
It's never addressed.
Yeah, but
Pete, just let him finish, dude.
We're going to address it. We're going to address it now. And also, when you're looking through a level anyway, the thickness of that little crosshair is causing there's an error margin or a tolerance. There's a tolerance level, whether it be how accurate it is, how many 100 meters or whatever, and there's always a discrepancy, and that 0.5 mil or whatever over 800 meters or a centimeter over 100 meters can cover up a part of the horizon or make so they're not that accurate. It's the same.
Yes, they are accurate. I have a video on my channel that calibrates them.
To a point here. Listen, I've used them before. I know exactly about the accuracy of what theodolites and dumpies. Anyway, I'll let Pete or someone else take on. I won't get.
No, I was just going to make a point on the same thing. The other image Randy showed earlier on with the multiple apparent horizons. Now, if you imagine that the mountain in the background wasn't there, right? Then
I am going to give a massive shout out to Paige right now, who put Rumpus stand on the roof of a loomed building, and I'll, Paige, will shoot at you with a sniper rifle. Is that okay? Nothing to worry about, huh? Yeah, good luck with that, Rumpus. Would you take Paige up on that? Really? Would you stand on a loomed up building and let Paige take a pop? Thanks for the super chat, Paige. Much appreciated.
Of these terms that are used and given us, right, are again associated with a spinning ball. Every one of them. Every one of them. And if there's a different explanation to what's going on, then Ruhif is in trouble. He's going to have to talk about how the most clear image you'll ever get is an anomaly, and the normal image then is the fuzzy, murky imagery. And that's where we're at, right? Simple as that.
My response to the auto levels, right? I have a video on my channel showing how to calibrate them and how accurate it is. And I think it was 20 arc seconds, all right? So what I can do, what I have done, you guys know Harry Baird, Fresh Look at Truth, right?
No.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's a flat earther from Sydney. I set up an auto level in his lounge room, pointed it at the horizon, and the horizon was like a quarter of a degree below eye level.
Yeah, it has to be, because that's not the horizon, Ruhit.
It is the horizon.
No, it's the apparent horizon. Remember,
Which
I
is
just
the
said,
horizon.
if you, hang on, I just said, did you not hear what I said about Ranty's image, where if you took away the mountain in the background, which was creating its own mirroring, right, and you just dealt with the 3 boats or whatever they were in the foreground or in the medium ground.
Just one sec. Are we talking about Ranty's image across to
Hang on, please. It's the same point, because you're still pointing at the horizon. You would have to identify the horizon as that visible line. You've nowhere else to point. You've nowhere else to point it, ever. That apparent visible horizon. That's what you've always been pointed at. That's calculated.
Are you under the impression? Are you under the impression that
I can speak to that as well when you have the free moment. Go ahead, Ruben.
Are you under the impression, Pete, that people point an auto level and calibrate it against the horizon?
No.
Okay, good.
I'm not. But what you are doing is comparing where the apparent horizon seems to be, what you're saying is the real horizon, to this level indicator, right?
The auto level tells you level, and then there's a measurement down to the apparent horizon, which is predictable on a globe.
Right. So we've seen from well, blacks, just to use I don't like using it. Maybe the Ranty's white elephant will soon pop on the screen for all of us to see, right? But similar images anyway. Red pill philosophies. We have a clear image of what's going on, a vast distance in the distance, right? And where's the horizon supposed to be? There's no horizon. When you point out an horizon, it's clearly beyond the target themselves, right? Or it's well beyond where the horizon should be. And you're going to come along and say, well, no, you can't trust that clear and crisp and non-sort of in general, disrupted image. You have to incorporate all manner of wonders to have you back on the ball again, right? Isn't that it?
I missed about a minute of that. Had to answer the door.
Right, maybe get Travis. Maybe let Travis answer.
Off you go. That's all. That's my point anyway.
Yep.
But he missed it, so it's okay.
Let's give everybody a shot here. It's not very often we get someone that's quite pleasant to talk to. So,
quite pleasant.
Well, it doesn't matter. At least it's not. I mean, he's quite good, and we're being civil. It's all good, man.
Okay, yeah.
That's not civil. When I was talking there, he said I was off. He wasn't listening, and he was off answering the door. You think that's civil?
Right. Okay.
Ali?
Stop crying about it. Right. Let's move on.
I'm not crying about it, man. But you think that's civil?
Yeah,
hang on, please. You think that's civil? First of all, I was shutting up. Do you think that's civil? And this is a liar, and he'll prove it to be a liar on many occasions.
Think it's civil. Right, but let's move on, Pete. But I don't think it's civil. To answer your question, no, I don't think it is. Right, I don't agree with
Travis,
you.
Is Travis the plain truth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Off you go.
Yeah, but my Skype handle is Etherband Boy.
Okay.
Just real quick on the apparent horizon. I have made so many observations with an apparent horizon where I know that what I'm looking at is not the physical water line, because I have an inferior mirage above that line, and I can see where the physical land ends and the mirage begins. If you go to the Georgia State University EDU site, Hyperphysics, they have a fantastic article on the vanishing line. The vanishing line is where the mirage begins on the physical land behind it, and then you have a mirage that exists in front of that land. But what you need to understand then is that behind that mirage is a continuing extension of the water until it reaches the physical land, but you can't see it because it's behind the mirage. So
and it confuses the observation, right?
Okay, so if you were to look at the horizon from the beach where I was at Emmawood State Beach, if you were to look out to the Anacapa Islands 20 miles away and put your theodolite on what you think is the horizon, you would be incorrect,
right?
Because the actual horizon is above it, and it can be demonstrated because there is an inferior mirage. So you cannot always understand that what you're looking at is a geometrical hard and fast location that is the actual, what you would call, horizon.
And that's exactly
the
my
inferior
point.
mirage. The inferior mirage confuses an observation, right? It introduces uncertainty.
No, not at all.
Agreed?
Not for me. Not at all. I'm not confused by it one bit.
How do you know where the actual horizon is then with an inferior mirage?
Because you can, again, you can use the georgiastateuniversity.edu, right? It's an edu website where they have a section on hyperphysics for observations and optics, right? Where they go into mirages, they go into all of these things. No problem reading all that stuff. I mean, Jose J.G. Gonzalez was awesome when he was reading through it. He's like, yep, yeah, this is awesome. This is great stuff. Guy had no idea what he was reading. Okay, as soon as I read it, I was like, holy shit, this is exactly what I've been saying. And I'm not saying that because I'm the end-all, be-all. I was just appreciative of the fact that I wasn't crazy, okay? When you make as many observations as I have, you understand that what you're looking at with an inferior mirage is a mirage that is the obstruction that creates an apparent horizon and distorts the actual horizon above where the land stops and the mirage begins. Once you understand that dynamic, it's not difficult to decipher that when it comes up again and again and again.
Where we disagree, Travis, is what is the actual cause of, again, continuous use of the term inferior mirage. It's a baller term, out and out.
How is that a baller term?
Because all of these effects, right, are commonplace over water. How many people have seen a mirage this year in real life? You know, not many.
I can see a mirage on the bonnet of my car.
Right, but these are sort of more extreme conditions. In general, we don't get that, right? These are confined mostly to these observations over long distances, over water. So mirror image. So we agree that something is being mirrored. It's just about what the cause is. Now, to answer your question, it sort of involves asking all of us a question as well. Where is the real horizon on a flat Earth? And how would we sort of go about identifying? Just as you, and I absolutely agree, Travis, the real horizon, if you can discern it, would be behind the land, but because of the acuteness of viewing angle, it's disappearing behind this wall. It's a wall of something. It's like a mirror for all the world. When we understand we're looking many miles into the distance, we have to sort of decompose the picture. But my answer to Ruhif would be, and to all of us, well, this is where sunsets come into it. This is where over open water and the calmest of conditions most perfect conditions you can imagine, this is where it's possible to identify the ultimate horizon.
Correct.
From your particular height. Hang on, please. From your particular height at 6 foot at the beach. So you're looking out, and then you can analyze the mirrored water layer, right? And you can find the mirror line. And then that line, that thin line, is the furthest it's possible to see. But you have to understand that you're looking over water. So water itself is doing the reflecting. It's the most obvious thing to consider. But Ruhif, that's my answer. That's the furthest horizon possible to see. Could be many tens of miles.
Right. So you can get an auto level and point it over the ocean, right? And you're at some appreciable elevation, like Harry Baird's at, I think, 76 meters. So the calculated angle down to the horizon will be about 0.26 degrees. You can then see the sunrise, and the sun will be below your eye level. How is that possible?
You can see the sunrise from behind the island, though, obviously.
No, I'm talking about a sunrise just here in Sydney.
It's refraction.
Oh, refraction.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Hang on. I know what you mean. Well, here's the mirror images as well. This is the mirror layer, right? This is the cause of the inferior mirage. This is what's happening as the sun comes in from a distance. Hang on, please. It's like the sunset. This is what's happening. You get to see the reflection on the water, first of all, before the sun actually appears in the sky. So this is what's happening. This mirage, Travis, would you agree in general that because you have all the experience, and man, maybe you'll be famous for the black swan image. It seems to be taken over. Even the term itself is everywhere, right? But anyway, would you agree that this inferior mirage, it's a few things involved, right? Water conditions, lighting conditions, right? Zoom levels, a few other things involved, right? And then it appears. Acuteness of viewing angle is another thing. right? As you rise up, you're changing the angle between you and whatever is in the target. Let me just say in general as well, this mirrored water layer or this miraging zone can go on for many, many miles. So if an object isn't of sufficient contrast, it will disappear behind this mirage from your own perspective. You can change that and bring it back into view by raising higher because you're increasing that view. Think about it in terms of a puddle. Think about it in terms of the Bolivian salt flats, right? And how you're sort of trying to decode what you're seeing over a flat reflective surface and how it all compresses the closer you get to the apparent horizon there. So these are all things to be taken into consideration. But Ruhif can't take any of these things into consideration because, let me just say, and I know I can talk, I apologize for that, but Ruhif, as the sun rises, right, as you're standing at the beach over open water, as the sun rises at 6 feet, it appears to rise from behind a wall of water that begins 3 feet away from your perspective. That's what you have to hold. 3 miles away, 3 miles away from your perspective. That's madness. That's madness. And most especially when you can see mirroring from beach to beach across 15, 20 miles. You know, that's madness.
Can we, could we get...
sorry about that, off you go.
Could we get Mind of God in for a bit? See if he wants to have a chat with Ruhif. I know he's tried to jump in a couple of times.
Yeah, I'm trying to jump in
Ruhif, man,
as well.
let's speak honestly, man. Let's speak plainly. We got Ali, we got people.
Yeah, you're right, Mind of God. I've been lying all this time. Let's speak honestly.
Yes, please, dude. Just no one's listening, right? The viewers are down to 0. It's just you and I. But yeah, so okay, like this, I listened to the LK Hangout from beginning to end. You know, I guess can you first clarify your statement of more than infinite over 6? You know, I'm sure you just said that to exaggerate a bit, but like what? Like help us understand that.
Infinite over 6 radius. Okay, so not infinite refraction as in the ray of light can curve infinitely. So how can I say this? Would you be able to distinguish between a sphere with a radius of 1 trillion kilometers and a flat Earth?
A radius of a trillion. I don't know.
A very large number.
You can just keep going with your point. I'm not sure, but I'll...
Well, that is kind of the point. Is if you've got an incredibly large sphere, then from any point on the surface, and you look out, it's going to look incredibly flat. If you are on a very, very tiny sphere, like imagine if our Earth was like 500 kilometers radius, right? Mm-hmm. The hidden amount of something a few miles away would be huge, right? Because the Earth is curving away incredibly quickly with such a small radius.
Yeah, I guess that point that the ray tracer, whichever one you're citing, cannot recognize or distinguish the flatness. I personally don't know what that is, but okay, that's what you were getting at then.
As you increase the radius of a circle or a sphere, it becomes locally flatter.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
I see what you're saying. So
to the point where when it's flat, that is a flat Earth is equivalent to a sphere or whatever with an infinite radius.
Okay, but just spell casting. This is absolute BS.
No.
But so now let's talk about these surface rays. You're going to talk. This is the part that I think is the voodoo that none of us like. How can you have a ray?
Can you turn up his volume?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
It's difficult, but yeah.
The surface rays, the K equals 1.
Yep.
Like it's tight to the surface. You're talking about a gradient that doesn't exist. Like, just help us understand that. There's not much variation when you're talking about being that close to the surface and traveling such a far distance, 8, 9, 10 miles. Why do you guys keep saying gradient, and all that? Help us understand that.
Sorry, is the question that you deny a density gradient?
Yes, close to the surface, because it's K equals 1, right? Or you guys even said it's higher than K equals 1. Right?
K equals 1 is causing rays to bend at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth.
Exactly.
And therefore, it's equivalent to infinite over 6R as well.
Yeah, they're tight to the Earth. They're traveling over the surface of the Earth if you were to follow them, right?
Yeah, at the same rate of curvature as the Earth. Yeah, that's K equals 1. Yep.
So the derivative, the density gradient matches the derivative of the surface of the Earth. So that direction change is happening all the time, and it just happens to match the Earth curvature, right? That's another way to word.
That's K equals 1. Yeah.
Right. So that's the issue, man. You're going to require a major change in those rays when the density gradient is not, there isn't really one. It's a fairly consistent environment over the top of the surface of the Earth. So how do you...
No, density gradient's been measured for decades.
No, but if a ray is traveling along a surface for that many miles, what's changing? What's causing that change in density?
It's causing... Are you talking about a change in density from point A to point B rather than a vertical? No,
because
the
it's
change
not
is...
because it's tightly coupled to the Earth.
Yeah, just real quick.
Refraction?
This is very crucial. This point is very crucial.
Yeah, what causes refraction is the vertical density gradient, not the gradient from a point on the surface to another point on the surface.
Right,
That's irrelevant.
And so now again, you get rid of perspective again. Brilliant.
No, there is no vertical. We're talking about a 1 or 2 or 3 foot chamber or a corridor. So like you don't think that there's a gradient in that range, right? On the surface.
Vertical or horizontal gradient?
Well, definitely not horizontal. I hope that's what I'm leading towards.
Do we agree that a horizontal gradient is irrelevant to refraction?
Well, there isn't one. There wouldn't be, because it's so close to the surface of the
There is.
water.
I mean, there are actually small pressure differences between one place and another one, right? And temperature differences, right?
Yeah, we were trying to tell Rumpus that, but he didn't like that. But yes, we would agree with that for sure.
Is that Ruhif, is that established principles, infinite over 6R? Is that an established sort of understanding among scholars? And
they wouldn't phrase that way, but it's equivalent to the K equals 1. Which they would phrase that way.
So Ruhif, Rumpus just said in the chat, there is no change of density for circulating rays. The ray remains in the same elevation. So that's our issue. Like, help us. We're more on the math side, me, Ali, and Pete, and Ranty. If that is the case, and he just literally typed that, what is causing this density change, which is changing the direction? Just on
the back of that question, mind of God. When you incorporate infinite into anything, it's either going to go to infinity or 1 over infinity into nothing. So you have the capability. That's a variable in a sense. You can make that to whatever degree you so choose, right?
Well, no, that's what allows it. That's what allowed the circular rays to go around the entire Earth, because it's constantly able to change direction. That's what he means.
Yeah, and the density gradient is causing it to change at the same rate as the curvature. It's kind of like an orbit, really. Like you've got a light ray in orbit. You'd probably say it that way.
I like that word, dude. Yes, let's call it that because it sounds ridiculous.
Light ray in orbit.
Yeah, it's like we have our imaginations turned on to imagine all of this, right?
Yeah.
But wait, so just intuition. We know that the Earth is flat, but just help us. Like, what could motivate that ray to do that?
Rays don't have motivation, right?
A stiff joint beforehand.
Well, no, it's either temperature, like Rumpus was saying in that presentation. Temperature motivates pressure, motivates a density change, right? That's the quote sequence of events. So, if we're close and tightly coupled to the Earth, which he just typed in the chat, and I agree with, and it's obvious, it's a surface ray that has to go tight to the Earth and then reach maybe a 3 or 4 or 5 foot camera. So it's not going 10, 20, 30 feet above the surface of the Earth, right? That's obvious.
Well, if you've got a perfectly uniform density gradient, no, it'll stay exactly in that duct.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, there's not much wiggle room for anything in that corridor to change its direction. So that's the part that either
the
you can
density gradient changes the direction.
Yeah, but
why did you ask him about a 30 million mile across, a trillion mile across planet? Would you know the difference between that and flat? Why did you ask him that?
Just let him
question?
Finish this point. Just let him. You guys are saying a density gradient, but in another message, Rumpus is saying that there is no change in density. So that's the part that we don't understand.
It's being kept in the same layer, because it's curving. The density gradient is still causing it to curve.
Yeah, but he's saying there is no change of density for circulating rays.
Correct. It's staying at the same level. Yes.
Okay, so what's creating the gradient? Because a gradient or a derivative is the only thing that's going to cause that light to move. So there is no, there's nothing there.
The density gradient is causing it to bend.
No,
are you denying, quick to clarify, are you denying that there's a density gradient in the atmosphere?
Well, no, he's just saying in this message, and I agree with him, that first the K equals 1. I'm not talking about all the other rays. I'm talking about the surface rays that created that ability for that platforms, for that horizon. I'm talking about that specific instance. I'm not debating higher up that there are layers. No one would argue that. I'm focusing on
there's even layers.
Talking about the circular rays.
Ruhif, when you say a density gradient, what is it a density gradient of? Of what?
Yeah.
The optical density of the air.
The optical density of the air. Okay, so can you Can you quantify that for me? Like, what is that? Can you show me a piece of that?
Can I show you air? Is that a joke?
I'm trying to understand your terms. Okay, don't think that I'm being smart with you. I'm asking you to help me understand what you're saying. Okay.
As in what components go into changing the density of air and therefore the refractive index?
Yes.
Sure. Pressure, temperature, humidity, and CO2 content are the main four.
So
and there's been enormous.
Rumpus just said the ray remains at the same elevation, therefore at the same density. I agree with him up to this point.
Yes.
But there is a density gradient. That's the part that we don't like. You're slipping that in. How? How can something...
I asked you before, do you deny there's a density gradient?
It's on an equi density
layer,
I
right?
Do. Right?
Sorry, an echoey?
It's on an echo, or it's on an equi constant density layer that this ray is traveling on, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then now help us understand, where's the gradient coming into that factor? Like, how is that infused into that when it's traveling, like I said, in a constant density channel?
The gradient's causing it to curve. If there was no gradient, it would break out of that equal elevation.
Right. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so there's another layer above it that's pushing it down constantly?
No, the density gradient is causing it to curve at the same rate as the Earth.
Mind of God, 1 second. You've got to imagine that the light's travelling in a duct. Because it's homogeneous. Yeah, I know that's what you're saying. But you've got to imagine it's in a duct is a three-dimensional. So when they talk about geometrics, it's only lines. It hasn't got any dimensions to it. So it would have to be a duct that the whole light...
It is a duct, Ali, and I agree. It's just, we understand the derivative.
Yeah, no, but it shouldn't refract. Listen, it shouldn't refract like that. Then that's the point you're making, because there's nothing making the light bend, because it's going through a homogeneous.
Makes the light bend.
No, but it's going through a homogeneous duct.
No, it has to. Not homogeneous. Ducts are not homogeneous.
Yeah, you just said
no, but it would have to. I know they're not. But that's the point, they're not. But the light for that image to come up, it would have to. That's the whole point the mind of God's making. Anyway, just had to get that bit.
Yeah, there is no gradient, man. Like, I think just, dude, come to our team, man. We got a lot of nice people. We have weird people, but you don't need to push.
You're denying there's a gradient.
Yeah, we are nice.
You're telling me there is one, but not describing it physically. How is there one?
Well, can you go to the top of Everest and breathe normally?
We're talking about surface rays, though, man. We're talking about K=1 surface rays that allowed that platform image to even manifest.
Yeah, but
I have no issues.
We have, sorry, but the gradient, there is gradients, but the gradient is above and below whatever duct that the light's travelling through. Because if it went into the other gradient, it would refract even more. But it doesn't. For the light to come to you, it has to go through a duct if you want it to describe it the way it happens as it comes over the curvature of the Earth. It has to travel.
Do you agree that a duct has a density gradient in it, or do you think that it is?
No, because you just said it's constant. You guys both.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly. Well, then it wouldn't happen that. Then it would maybe go into a lower layer. The precision, it's an idealized imagination of geometric optics. That's all it is. And that's all you're saying, but you can't see it for yourself. But the mind of God explains it perfect.
Yeah. But Ruth, just think about this, right? Think 1 second. Ruth, just think about this. The ray, along the ray, there's going to be a derivative change because it's traveling over the surface of the Earth. So that is needed in order for it to move. And so now you're saying what's allowing that to happen are new densities, new environment that it's around. And so that's the part that's needed. And I don't think you guys are explaining it.
Not new densities.
Yeah, it has to be, because that's the only thing that can motivate a derivative change of that ray to change direction over the Earth, the curved Earth. So derivative implies density, right? If you have a new derivative, new gradient, new direction, you need a new density to make that happen, right?
I'll say this very clearly.
And it has to be a
density gradient is constant.
And it has to be homogeneous.
Density gradient is constant, which causes constant curvature of the ray.
No,
it's
but
not the case that the density is gradient. The density is constant.
This is a bad night for you because you run into people who know what that means. So we don't just give you that because you say
you are giving yourself a bit of a...
No, but we know what that means. We know that a gradient or a derivative or something means something's changing. So if you're telling me there's a density gradient, that means there's a density, there's layers, there's a change that's happening constantly. And we need to understand how is that happening along the ray, along its journey to the observer.
Are you talking about like at a molecular level or something?
No, I'm just talking, or no, just what is the environment that it's around, like that is motivating it to do that. We need to know that physically, not at the atom or molecular level.
I've said the same thing like 5 times now. It is a density gradient causing it to curve.
Yeah, but we need to know
how big is that gradient? How big is that duct?
It's a K = 1 duct.
How big is it?
What do you mean? How wide? It can be any width.
Yeah. So again, you guys. Okay, it's very difficult not to lambast you guys because you are presupposing a sphere, right? You're presupposing that light bends over the surface of the Earth. Okay, but you cannot prove that. You cannot demonstrate that. All you
can you prove the flat Earth?
Okay.
No, not yet.
Don't reverse the burden on me. What I'm saying is the claims that you are making, you can only show us in diagrams. You cannot take any pictures, and I've asked Rumpus, I've asked numerous ballers to show me in my pictures the shenanigans that you're talking about, Ruhif. You can't do it. All you can say is...
You guys are very confused about this circulating rays, I got to say.
Yeah, we are, because that's the issue, that we cannot be a baller because we cannot understand how a ray will move just because you verbally say that there's a density gradient. That doesn't mean that there is one. I could say there's a density gradient in my apartment right now, but until I tell you what's causing it. Yeah, but I could either measure it, I could tell you exactly what's causing it. Is it just the height that you're... The only issue, you don't have that much wiggle room because, again, you're saying this is along the surface, so you don't really have that much room, literally, to work with, because we're talking about 1 or 2 or 3 feet above the surface of the water for 10 miles, so you don't have much wiggle room.
Right, so let me ask you this question real quick, Ruhif. So from what I can remember, you just referred to a constant. Is that correct?
I was trying to make a distinction between a constant density and a constant density gradient. They are very different things.
Okay, great. Would you mind doing that one more time, please?
Okay, so a ducting ray, so one that follows the curvature of the Earth, is in a constant density gradient, not a constant density. If it was a constant density, it would escape the duct.
And how do you know this?
Yeah,
because I know how refraction works.
No, you're making the density gradient match the curvature of the Earth, and we know what you're doing.
Do you think there's no science backing up refraction?
But dude, just admit it and we can move on, man. Honestly, no hard feelings. It's flat.
There's loads of science, but the wrong context is there.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, but if it escapes the so-called duct, then it's going to refract anyway. Then it would stop curving. And then what it would have to do, wait a minute, then it would have to get drawn back to the heavier, the more denser gradient, and then refract again all the way for 9 point something miles to your eye. That's what we are meant to believe.
Ali, that's a good point, because it has to stay tight to the surface or else it won't make it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can't do that. We know that.
Yeah.
So, Ruhif, why are you on that team, man? Just stop. Rumpus, like we have some nice people on our team.
I'm on this team because I understand refraction. You guys think this has no science?
Like you're flogging a dead Rumpus.
You're flogging a dead Ruhif. Nice one, Pete.
But when you say density gradient, you're implying density variation, right?
Ruhif.
If you say density gradient, you're implying a density change.
That's a meme, Pete. Sorry.
Okay, great. So let me ask you this question real quick, Ruhif. Maybe I'm going to switch tactics here.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to take 5 images that I have given to you, and I'll give you my data? Okay. The only thing that I don't have is the temperature and all that stuff that you guys are interested in, because I don't really care. But what I would like to do is find someone who can crunch your numbers, do all the math you want, and tell me what my image will look like due to refraction. I don't want you to tell me that I don't want you to tell me that there's an inferior mirage. I don't want you to tell me, that there's going to be some mild distortion, or there's going to be a superior mirage. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to tell me what my image will look like through that refraction.
All right. How close to the surface are you?
5.5 feet.
Okay. I don't give a shit about your observations.
Okay, great. So I'm curious, how high do you have to be to give a crap about observations?
The higher the better. At least 30 meters. At least.
Okay. Hold on real quick. So 30 meters is like 100 feet?
Yep. So at least that high.
Great. Okay, great. So do you know how high? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to catch you out. Just curious. Soundly's towers. How high was that observation?
I think you said the 15th floor or something. So it's at 50 meters or so.
50. Okay, so that's less than your standard. Or no, it's above. It's above.
No, it's more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the higher the better. Like something like Canigou, the dude was at 320 meters, right?
Yeah.
And there's 2,500 meters missing.
Yeah. What about what about the wind turbines? How high was that observation?
Which wind turbine observation?
The one that Rumpus loves to harp on about. Those wind turbines.
No idea. Okay. I often see wind turbines underwater, so there's that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I mean, are there any observations that you have looked at and you're like, yeah, I could totally see that's curvature?
Canigou. I just said Canigou.
No. I mean, like with freighters or anything like that. Anything like with freighters.
With ships on the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take my auto level out and look at ships on the horizon. They're below eye level.
And where are you at when you make those observations?
What's the height? 244 feet. What's that? 70 meters something.
Just curious.
Yeah. Get high so you don't have to deal with much inferior miraging or extreme refraction either way.
Yeah, it really depends on what the distance of your object is. It doesn't matter if you increase your elevation. I mean, if your observation is going to increase in distance, you're still going to have an atmospheric distortion. It doesn't.
I mean,
doesn't always
with Canigou, right? So Canigou, the dude's at 320 meters, looking across to the mountain. I think it's like 260 kilometers or something. Like at some point, that ray will get close to the surface, right? So there is a tiny inferior mirage. But there's still 2,500 meters of the mountain missing.
Right, that's behind the mirage. That? Yeah, that's behind the mirage.
No,
yes,
the mirage is the mirage is tiny.
No, right, but you're not taking into account.
Yes, right.
You're not taking into account perspective, distance, and the aether band. You're not taking
absolutely taking into account perspective.
And distance and the aether band. I said 3 variables, Ruhif, not just one.
What? I don't even know what the aether band is, by the way.
Okay, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
No, I just said I don't, so.
You do, because it's
awesome.
the air. It's the air.
Awesome.
Air.
Yeah.
So the air. Yeah. I'm looking through the air. I'm not taking into account the air. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah. So that's what I've said from the beginning. The only obstruction always is due to the conditions of the air. It's never due to earth curve. So when you have distortion, you have distortion because of refraction. You have refraction because of the conditions of the air. Now, whether or not there's a mirrored image, it depends on what's going on. But
forget about the vast ocean you might be looking out over, Travis. Come on, man.
Sorry.
Forget about the vast ocean, the surface, right, which is most important, that we might be looking out over. I mean, that has to come into it as well. How far can we actually see to the real horizon? How do we identify the real horizon? Is it only when there's contrast that we can see it? Otherwise, this mirrored layer might reflect the sky in the background. So don't mention that. Just put it down to the air. And just by the way, I'm going to head off as well because I know conversations like this get nowhere. But my last point would be, well, the air is said to be composed of 50 million billion tons of water in its vapor phase, right? So water is reflective in all its form. That's all I'd say. So listen, I'm going to say goodnight. Get nowhere, Ruhif. Once again, you won't admit anything. And what can you do?
Nice one,
Good night, Pete.
Good night. Take it easy, buddy.
All right, Travis, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
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 Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Right.
Yes.
What is obstructing the 2,500 meters of mountain that's missing?
Well, I'd be
Earth curve.
curious as to hold on. I'd be curious as to your measurements to determine that that's the actual amount missing.
Sure, let's do that. This is going to be difficult to do without
No.
Anyway.
Just hold on. Just real quick. You do understand the absolute ridiculousness of the task that you're performing. That is.
Do I understand the ridiculousness of the task?
You are assuming that you can scale that proportionally. There's no way.
This is perspective, Travis.
Okay,
this is perspective.
So what's the claim here? The claim is that you want to see how much is missing rather than the fact that we can actually see it.
Yeah, well, we agree there's refraction now, right, don't we?
Hang on, no. That's not refraction. That's looming.
This depends on your definition, but sure.
Yeah, that would be
let's
looming.
work out.
We do not agree that there's looming.
Again, depends on definition. We'll argue about that later.
We don't believe that things can be lifted up from beyond any kind of curvature.
Okay. Can someone bring up the angular size calculator? It's 1728.org or something.
I can go to it. What's it called?
Type in angular size calculator and there'll be a link, and the website's called 1728.org.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Ruhif, if you can demonstrate looming or bending up from beyond the Earth curvature, then we can get into how much is missing from this mountain.
We'll do how much is missing first, and then we'll get to looming. We did that the other night.
Randy's a tough negotiator, man.
That's fine.
Let's just agree that geometry would suggest that you shouldn't see any of this mountain. Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the only reason so we see it because it's there. You say it's loomed, so you need to prove, which is what I've been asking for 3 years, looming.
Yep, and I showed you the oil platforms the other day.
That's not proving looming. Harry's. That's not a proof of looming.
What is it then? Why are they not? Why are they not in the same relative positions?
That isn't the proof of looming.
The horizon was raised, and they are in different relative positions. What else would you accept?
The horizon was raised.
Yes.
Is it this photograph?
Is
it this photograph of the sun or something? Is that what you present as Canigou Peak?
Yes. So this is from.
Well, wait a minute. I'm wondering, right, because the sun's behind that mountain, so you're telling us there's a shadow being projected. The light from the shadow is being projected over the horizon. That's fascinating.
Yeah, we can see the silhouette from 260.
Yeah, but that side of the mountain wouldn't be illuminated. So you're telling us an object that's not illuminated will be seen, that the light that comes from a shadow actually gets projected over the curve. Oh, well, the lack of light, but you're still telling us if that's looming, that's obviously that's not an illuminated object. It's the back end of that.
Yeah, it's back.
No, wait a minute. But you're telling us a shadow. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. But he's telling us a shadow. A shadow is the lack of light. Now he's telling us that the lack of that light there, a silhouette is travelling all the way, however far away it is, up and presenting itself on the horizon. Are you joking? Are you serious?
I'm struggling to understand what your point is.
How can you see something that's not illuminated? And you're trying to tell us it's there on the horizon.
You're asking me to explain what a shadow is?
No, but but what is a shadow? It's not light, is it?
Exactly.
It's the lack of light. And you're telling us, wait a minute, you're telling me that lack of light, that light, that light beam that doesn't exist because it's illuminating the behind the object, this light that doesn't exist is coming around the curvature and presenting itself on the horizon.
So confused. Right now.
Yeah.
No, Ali, I'll explain it to him. Ali, I'll explain to him. I agree with what you're saying. So he's saying, imagine that thing is deep behind the Earth curve, Ruhif, for a moment, right? And then there's light rays behind it, going through it, right? Pushing behind it and then presenting this image in front of us that you see. His point is that black that you see in front of the sun is actually restricting light, in fact, to come over the curve. So now you're You're telling, yeah. So okay, maybe Ali can confirm that's what he means. But yeah, it's the absence.
Yeah, that's what I
blockage of
mean.
light
It's
that
a shadow. It's exactly that. It's a shadow that's getting projected round the curvature.
Yeah, exactly.
In contrast,
a shadow is a
to the
lack of
light from the
light.
sun
But
that is
Ali-
curving around, right?
Ali, you would just say it's the outline, and I don't necessarily agree, but that's probably what they would say.
Yeah, I know, but that would also mean that the bottom of the sun's also refracting, and you can even see the sunlight. Wait a minute, you can even see the sunlight underneath that mountain.
Yeah,
that's an inferior mirage.
You understand that? So it's oh, that's an inferior mirage. But how's it reflecting the bottom from underneath? That light can't possibly be coming over the top of that mountain. The angle that light would have to come over to shine over the top of that sun would have to be right next to that mountain there to cause that light to come in front of that, because it would have to be taller. And remember, that's 93 million miles away. So the angle that the light would be coming in, you wouldn't get it over the top of the mountain. You'd have the shadow. You'd have the shadow of the mountain there if it was a true projection.
Oh man, this is a struggle.
Yeah.
All right, so let's not forget my challenge to Ruhif again. So my comment is that I do not believe you would be able to verify your math. You're going to crunch your numbers. You're going to say that, you're going to get your measurement of how big the mountain is, how far away it is, and so this should be the angular size.
Yep.
I believe the only thing that you're going to be able to do is say, yep, that image is what the numbers are. No. Prove that image matches. That's all you can do is declare. You cannot verify that what
we're going to demonstrate. We're going to demonstrate that there's about 2,400, 2,500 meters missing of this mountain using angular size, by the way, kiddies.
I know.
But can I just say, you're literally showing an impossible image on a globe, and then trying to present it as a globe proof.
How is it impossible on a globe?
Because we're seeing it, and we shouldn't see it. You're presenting something we shouldn't see, and then they're going to try and present it as a globe proof.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know you guys are trying to derail this, but
no,
let's get into
it's the truth. We shouldn't see it. It's the end of that's it. That's it. That shouldn't be there on your model. That's it. And then we see it.
It should, and you know this, Ranty.
You bring up an image that shows that we're seeing something that we shouldn't on your model, and now you're going to tell us that this is proof of your model.
Our model includes refraction, therefore we should see it.
You're now going to say to us that this is proof of your model, when it shouldn't be.
I'm asking you guys why is that? What is the physical obstruction between the bottom 2,500 meters?
There is no physical obstruction. It's a mirage. There is no physical obstruction, Ruhif.
What are we looking at? What is that? Not water that we're looking at? Is that not the horizon of water?
No. Okay, listen.
That's not water.
Okay, wow. Listen to me, please. It's like you don't watch my channel. Okay,
I don't.
Okay, well that's obvious. Listen to me, please. Okay. I have made this absolutely clear on my channel that is the aether band. That is not water. Okay, that is the air. It is a mirage. It is the obstruction, and it will hide however much amount of the object it can hide. You can't quantify it. You can't say that the mirage is going to hide this much of the mountain. You can say geometrically how much your maths are going to show, and that's my point. My point is you can show me, or you can tell me geometrically what should be hidden. But when refraction comes into place, you can't tell me what the image is going to look like, because you don't know how to understand the aether band that way. But
I think it's just fucking gibberish, Travis, to be honest.
Yeah, I know you do, and that's too bad. I'm just going to keep singing the same song. But that that amount of light that you see there at the base of the mountain is a mirage, and just simply because you can pinpoint with pixels, right? You can say, I don't even know what a pixel is in terms of its size. But let's just say, for instance, that light at the bottom of the mountain, just for instance, is 5 pixels, right? Let's just say that. That doesn't mean that's where the mirage stops and ends. Okay? That's why you don't know what you're talking about. The mirage could be 4 or 5 times bigger than that, and you just can't see the demarcations. So it is hiding more of the mountain than you are aware of.
Plain truth. Let's just let him go with his. This is his argument, so let's go with it. So I got the website open, Ruhif, that you
The
want.
angular size calculator.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly as you said. So there's 4
Does everyone
boxes
agree?
here.
Does everyone agree that the sun has an angular size of 0.5 degrees?
No, sir. Just don't ask for agreement. We'll just go through your argument, man. 93 million miles away, man. We weren't born yesterday, dude. But
Does it have an angular size of half a degree? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Have you measured it?
No.
Oh, just get on with it. Forget that. Do what the mind of God said about that. Agree, and do you agree this Socratic method? Just get your argument.
Yeah. All right. Can you see my screen at the top left? And I've drawn a rectangle against the sun, and it says 227 pixels wide and 48 high. Yep.
I don't see anything changing on the screen. I just
it doesn't
still
matter.
see this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go for that. I'll go for that. Yep,
right.
I'll trust you. I'll trust you.
The sun is 227 pixels wide, and that equates to 0.50 degrees. Okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing now. Okay.
Yep. All right. Now, how high? This is Canigou here. If you can see me pointing at the top peak.
Yeah.
Going down to the horizon, I'm going to say that is 42 pixels high. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So let me just grab a calculator as well. 42 divided by 227 times 0.5. So we agree that the height of Canigou, what we can see of Canigou, is about 0.09 degrees angular size. Does everyone understand how I did that?
No, man, but just
okay.
Make it quick, dude.
I understand where you're going. Carry on.
How far away is this thing?
It's angular size, that's all it is.
263 kilometers, I think.
160 miles. 160 miles.
No, 263 kilometers. I'm pretty
and
sure.
about 1,000-foot elevation, right? I remember how
this
high.
one. I'm not sure this is the same photo that I usually use, but it'll be somewhere around that. It doesn't really matter. All right. So if the width of the sun is half a degree, we can scale it against the height of the mountain, or the height of the visible mountain, and say it's about 1/10 of a degree. Okay. Just by using the scale. Yep.
Sure.
All right. Who has
I
the
wouldn't
angular
say a
size?
10th. I wouldn't say a 10th. No.
It's a fifth because it's 0.5 versus 0.1.
It's a fifth.
Yeah, 0.5 versus 0.1. Right. Okay.
Yeah, but not a 10th. A fifth.
1/10 of a degree. 1/10 of a degree.
All right. Yeah. Going. Right.
Yeah,
going.
okay. Good. All right. Whoever has the angular size calculator, I want you to plug in a distance of 263 kilometers and an angular size of 0.09 degrees.
So it's giving me 3 options. Do you want to solve for angle, distance, or size? So which one of those?
Size.
3?
I want to click the size button, and then it'll ask you to put in the distance and the angle.
Yeah. So
and the
what
distance is 263 kilometers. So 263,000.
Yep.
And then an angular size of 0.09.
Okay. 413.
413 meters. Okay, how tall is Canigou?
Let's see.
So let me just get this right. You're saying that is only 413 meters.
Yeah, that's what we can see of Canigou.
Hold on. So from 160 miles away, something that is almost probably around about 1/5 the size of the sun in appearance is how much? How many meters again? From 160 miles?
413 meters.
So you think we can see 413 meters at 160 miles?
The height of what we can see is 413 meters, yes.
You think we can see something that is 2.5 times the size of Blackpool Tower at 160 miles away?
Yes.
That's crazy, dude.
No.
Are you kidding, guys?
Well, I mean, I don't know for sure, but it sounds shady.
That sounds, I mean...
Are you saying it's too small to see?
I'm saying that there's no way that is just 400 meters of that mountain.
Well, if you guys deny perspective, I hate to throw that word at you, but you guys are denying perspective if you don't agree with this.
Whoa, don't get me, man.
Hold on
No,
again.
what's the
hold on
height?
again.
What's the height of the mountain? What is the height of the mountain then?
It's
No,
about
hold on
2,800.
real quick. Listen, hold on real quick. There's two other variables that you are not taking into consideration. Well, you are taking into consideration the second one. But the third variable, Ruhif, you aren't going to consider, okay? Because it's going to do damage to your supposition. And that is, you have no idea how refraction has distorted that image. You're thinking that it's just geometrically there. It's just to scale. It's perfect. It's
not perfectly to scale. It's got an inferior mirage.
You don't know how big that inferior mirage is, Ruhif.
I can see it on the screen how big it is. It's
No,
like 4 or 5
you
pixels.
see a portion. You see a portion of it.
I have rendered the actual elevation data and overlaid it onto not this particular image, but a similar image, and it matches. Therefore, no distortion.
Okay, that's okay. That I would challenge that. Okay, but first of all,
I've got like 3 videos on my channel of it. So
okay, well, just like you, I haven't watched your stuff. Okay, so
you're always the first to comment, though.
It's getting nasty.
Okay, so
I'm having
listen,
fun. Come on.
listen, hold on, real quick. What do you think is the inferior mirage?
Light rays curving upwards.
No. In this image, what is the inferior mirage that you can see?
What do you mean? What is it? I don't understand the question. It's blocking a little bit of the mountain.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I have 2 questions, but I want to do it after you finish this line of questioning because I'm trying to get a word in and you're not giving me a chance. So.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm not really sure if anybody knows what I'm trying to ask. I'm just asking you, as you look at this image, you see an inferior mirage, right?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see? What is it that you see that you think is an inferior mirage?
A reflection of the sun underneath the mountain, which is obviously impossible.
Okay, so could it be that there is more of an inferior mirage that you are not able to detect?
Could there be?
Yes.
I'm not seeing any other mirroring, though.
Okay. Could there be an other dimension
Oh, dear.
of the inferior mirage that you are not able to detect with your naked eye right now?
Oh, you can claim infinitely many crazy things, Travis.
No, Ruhif, listen. I have GeorgiaStateUniversity.edu as a reference. I can show you and demonstrate to you with my own data that an inferior mirage isn't simply the sky being mirrored. It includes...
Sure, I'll read it. Like, feed it to me on Skype and I'll read it.
Okay. It includes as well the landmass behind it to a certain extent. What I'm suggesting to you is, and I just want you to just consider this as a possibility, that the inferior mirage is more expansive than simply the light that you think is exclusively the inferior mirage. I yield the floor.
I will
Randy.
consider anything possible that is not logically impossible. Do I think it's likely? No, it sounds like
yet
fucking
you're a
gibberish.
baller. That's really ironic.
Well, that's actually let's talk about my challenge for a second, right? Everyone knows my challenge. I've offered up to $10 million for a glober and a flat earther to present arguments to a neutral third party, and whoever convinces the neutral third party, winner takes all, right? So it's all about
10 million. What the heck?
Yeah, Ruhif's rich.
It's all about the unreasonable burden of proof that flat earthers put up to prove the globe to me, prove curvature, and we all say, here is obvious evidence of curvature, but then it comes down to the flurfers' burden of proof as to what they will accept as evidence, and they obviously have some ridiculously high burden of proof and will never be convinced.
Now you're acting like, oi, listen, less of the insults, man. We've been nice to you. Don't start flinging about flurfers. You've already had a free pass there when you insulted us before. Please don't do that.
When did I insult you?
If you start
I stuck
doing that
on me. I stuck up for you earlier on.
Okay,
Yeah,
listen.
Ali, me and I are going to start
disrespecting every
talking
single
about
one is.
density gradients, man.
Okay, listen. Before
We're going
you
to start bringing up density gradients again.
right before you guys
Jokes.
get into this, I've just got two questions. The first
Yep.
one's actually from somebody in the chat who's asked this question several times, so it should be just pretty much a yes or a no answer. Please, can you ask Ruhif if you can determine the distance to the horizon using the angular diffraction limit of the human eye?
The angular diffraction limit.
Yes.
That is like a nonsensical question.
Okay. Right.
Like, I know what the diffraction
to-
limit is, and I know how you guys misapply it. Actually, sorry, getting back a second. Where did I offend you guys?
No, just don't do the flurfers and stuff, man. We all have
That's
degrees.
that's
We
that's
know-
that's the
we
thing.
know
A
what's
bit of
going on,
respect.
dude.
A bit of respect in that.
Chill
You've
out
been
with
in the
that.
poisoned. You've been in the poisoned well too long, and you're bringing it across. We've been totally nice to
All
you,
right.
man. Come across,
Okay.
we're nice
Believers.
people.
So,
People that
no-
believe the flat Earth.
hold
Right,
on.
thank you.
I'm fine with that.
That's it.
So
That's
my second thing to show you guys is this image here. So Ruhif, can you take a look at my screen now? You can see that I'm sharing,
Yep.
yeah?
Yep.
So what part of what we see here would you say is the
Hang on.
actual...
I've got to stop sharing my screen. One sec.
Okay.
Why can't I stop sharing it?
I think I've already cut you off by sharing my
Okay.
screen. Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Boom. All right. Fuck. Hold on. There we go. All right.
So
yeah, what's the question?
So I took this image of the sun. Can you tell me which part of this sun is the actual sun?
Are you asking, do I believe it's refracted?
Well, I'm asking you, if you look at this image here, which part of would you say that this part on the left here is part of the sun? Or would you say that that's more of the kind of the light that's coming from the sun and not the actual sun? Would you
I think it's the actual sun. It's obviously distorted though, right?
Would you think that this is the entire sun from left to right? And not just this part here?
I'd say it's the entire sun. Well, I mean, at least half the sun, sorry.
Okay, so that's your opinion. Fair enough. Okay, so let me compare the two images. This is your one, yeah?
Yeah.
This is your image.
Yep.
This is my image. And I have lots more of these type of images. See, as flat earthers, we know that the light from the sun expands when it actually going through the atmosphere before it actually hits your eye. So,
hang on a second.
As flat earthers, we know that this is more or less likely the real sun in the distance, a very much smaller apparent sun, and what we've got here is the apparent sun is much bigger. That's why it always looks bigger at sunset. That's why the moon looks bigger at moonrise. If you actually can Google this effect.
So hang on, you're saying the yellow bit at the top is the sun and the red stuff is not?
Yeah, that's the light. That's the light from the sun.
Wow.
And that's the actual sun, just going further away. I have a whole bunch of images on this particular. Here's another one. You can actually see the sky above is very bright here. You can see the real sun here, much smaller, and you can see the light from the sun actually expanding. This sun looked massive on the horizon when I was filming it. I've got lots of these types of images. Here's another one, another one, another one, another one. So when we go back to your image here, this one, and you said to us work out the angular size of it, how do you know what part of what we're looking at is the sun? How do you know that what we're seeing here is the actual sun? How do you not know that that's just the light from the sun and the real sun is much further away but smaller and behind this light?
Are we talking like glare or something? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, if you was to look at a lighthouse.
Yeah, we're talking about.
If you look at a lighthouse, when a lighthouse flashes and you're looking into it, imagine you was in the line of sight of the lighthouse, right? Suddenly everything's filled up, but it could be coming from just a small couple of feet.
Right. Put a solar filter on, and it's still half a degree wide. The end.
Have you got a solar filter to put on this?
I have a solar filter I can put on my camera and take a photo of the sunrise, yes.
Was a solar filter applied on this image?
No.
Right, so how do you know where the real sun is?
How do I know where the real sun is? It's there.
Yeah.
We see it because it's
No,
there,
you
Randy.
see,
Isn't that
you
your
see,
catchphrase?
you see light from the sun. It doesn't demonstrate that you're actually looking at the sun itself,
Yeah.
the actual physical
You don't
object.
get glare. You don't get glare when it's like that close to the horizon.
How do you know? What about this?
Because
This
you
was
could
close.
put.
Hang on,
like
wait a
Wolfie's
minute.
done this,
This
right?
was close
Wolfie's
to
done
the.
this.
What's that got to do with it?
That's absolutely false, Glenn. That is not true.
Wolfie,
This was
Wolfie has
on the
done
horizon. This was on the horizon.
Yeah.
I've done this. I've got a whole bunch of images.
You put a solar filter on and it's still half a degree.
Was a solar filter put on this image at the top here on this day?
No, but Wolfie has a video
so
where
that's
he
the
puts a
point.
solar
So
filter
how
on
can
and
you
the sun is half a degree.
So how can you say that this is the real size of the sun on this day if it wasn't filmed through a filter?
Because the sun is half a degree wide.
It's a very, if you can't demonstrate that, you have to concede that if there was no solar filter on this day, you cannot make accurate measurements or take accurate measurements. You cannot take accurate measurements. I'm sorry, Rumpus, but that's just the way it is.
There's no glare in this image.
You don't know what the
now
camera
he's
was.
making fun of you by calling you the rumpus. So that's really
that's offensive, Brady. Come on.
So ultimately, all I'm going to say is that this is inconclusive, but what isn't inconclusive is we actually see this mountain. We see it, shouldn't be on your model. You've got to demonstrate looming, which you cannot. You've also got to try and find out how much is missing from this mountain, prove that this sun is all of the sun that we're seeing and not just something like this, where the real sun is further behind it and we're just seeing the light that would expand as it heads towards you.
Agreed.
Yeah, there's no glare visible in that image.
For the sake of rigor, you don't argue with him. You can use the back of the napkin to make your point, but what Ranty's saying is the rigorous, correct thing, right? You have no issues with that. Like, to really isolate the silhouette of the sun, right? You would
to doubt that that's the width of the sun, I think, is pretty poor. And again, illustrates my point that the burden of proof is stupid.
You can say that. You can say that. That's fair. I mean, we're allowed to analyze different things, but what he's saying, whenever you measure angular size, all those different things that you guys do, obviously that filter needs to be there.
Sure.
To ensure. Okay.
I'll take a photo of the sun with a solar filter on as it rises, and it'll be half a degree wide.
But you're quoting that angular size of the sun, dude, just for any image that you see. That's just be careful with that. Don't do that. I don't want you to get in trouble.
Do you disagree that the sun is half a degree wide?
Yeah.
Have you ever measured it?
No, I don't even know how that would work.
Yeah.
We would need to know the path that it's on.
Ruhif, are you talking about with a solar filter?
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, if you got glare, you can't really measure it.
Right, but how do you know there's no glare in this image?
Because it's not like, how can I show you a photo of a glare?
Okay, have you ever stared at the sun when it's safe to do so, Ruhif?
Have I ever stared at the sun when it's safe to do so? What does that mean?
Yeah, that's correct. Well, at sunrise or sunset, you can stare at the sun safely.
Yep. There's much less glare, right?
Okay.
You're getting less rays.
No. There's still glare, but when you stare at the sun at that angle, you are able to then, your eyes will filter out the actual size of the sun. You'll then see the actual sun, right? So if you were to do that if you could go back in time to this photograph, stare at the sun, you would see the glare, and you would be able to discern the size of the sun through it, just like you would at any other time. So it seems to me special pleading on your part that you're saying, oh, there's no glare here. Well, first of all, we can't go back and recreate this scene, so you can basically claim a victory there, except for the fact that we'll go, nuh-uh, there is glare here, but we just can't go back and recreate this. Okay, but I think Ranty's point is a very, very valid point, and that is that you are assuming that you're actually seeing the physical, the dimensions that you think represent the actual size of the sun, which is my point about the actual size of the mountain.
And yet, I can overlay the actual elevation data onto those photographs, and it matches to a sun that is half a degree wide.
Yeah, where did you get your scale? Where did you get your overlay?
Where to get the data from?
No. What are you going to... How did you verify that the shape of that mountain is to scale?
I overlaid elevation data on it. So there's a couple of peaks there, right? There's Canigou itself, and then there's one called Dry Peak or something. You can work out an angular distance between those two peaks. You can say there might be, you know, 1/10 of a degree apart or something, and therefore again apply that scale.
Tilted back. I'm not actually trying to be annoying, but did you?
Well, that's quite an annoying question. The azimuth angle does not care about tilting back. We're talking a left to right angle at the moment.
Okay, I need to think about that.
Right.
So,
Well, let me go back just real quick. Again, it seems to me that you think that you can simply apply raw data to the image. I don't doubt that you can identify one of the peaks. What I'm challenging is that you can claim that the scale is correct. Like if you're looking at a map and it says 1 inch equals 500 miles, right? I mean, you kind of take it for granted that that's accurate.
No,
1 inch is 500 miles. But what I'm saying is, I don't believe, because of what I understand about refraction, that you can accurately and confidently apply raw data to the image and just say, "Yep, that's exactly it."
It is exactly it. That's exactly what you do.
You can't prove that. All you can do is claim it, Ruhif.
No, I can show it to you, and I've shown it in a video before.
All right, well,
I can take a heading. I can take a heading to 2 of the peaks that you can see in this photo, and on Google Earth it'll say this one is at, I don't know, 270 degrees, and the heading to the other peak is 271 degrees. Therefore, there is 1 degree difference. That is how you can derive a scale that you can use, and therefore show that the sun is actually half a degree wide.
Okay, if you would put that link in the chat, I'll make sure to watch your video.
All right, I'll do it after the stream.
And make sure to sub to the Plain Truth, Ruhif. Don't
He's usually commenting pretty quickly on my videos. I should actually resub, shouldn't I? Yeah,
we don't like
you
these voodoo, man. Don't put these little scales and squish stuff. It just makes us uncomfortable.
You guys, you're denying perspective then. If you don't allow this scaling.
Yes. The way you're doing it, absolutely. I would never do that. I wouldn't even want a flat Earth proof to rely on that. That's just makes me feel dirty just looking at that.
You guys say to us that we're denying perspective all the time, right? What I'm demonstrating here is perspective. It is angular size. It is
you are not taking into consideration the aether band, Ruhif.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not taking it into consideration.
Right, that's your downfall. Right.
I will watch
the crux of all this long distance stuff and these curvy rays is we don't buy a homogeneous medium providing the ability for a ray to curve. That's it for us.
It's not homogeneous. The
atmosphere
is not homogeneous. No, it's not. Go to the top of Everest and see if you can breathe.
No, we're talking about surface rays, man. Like near the waters, the layer, man. You can't weasel out of this, man. It's like 1 or 2, 3 feet chamber above the water.
Yeah.
Nobody in any academic institution would buy that, man.
Check the pressure. You've got a barometer in your phone, right? Check the pressure at floor level and then check it at the ceiling.
Yeah, Rumpus, the godfather, the premier optician, just so you know, that's what he labels himself, said it's a constant density layer in the chat. And I have a videotape, and I'm going to record that because that's, my...
I would say that he'd say it's a constant density gradient.
No, he said it's constant density layer that has a vertical density gradient, which I don't know. How is that possible?
Vertical density gradient, yes.
Yeah, how? Though it's constant density. There's 2 different
statements. No, not constant density. This is the distinction I made like half an hour ago. A duct is not an area of constant density. It's a constant density gradient.
But it has one density, one type of material.
No, it does not have one density.
Okay, so good. So now help us understand, how is that possible that in such a thin layer you can have multiple densities? That's the original question.
That's exactly what a density gradient is. The density is changing.
No, but we're talking about 1 or 2 feet just right along the surface of the Earth. How can it vary that much away from the surface when it's that tight to the Earth?
It's just a very small variation over a very small
No, it's
height.
not very small. It has to be enough to curve the ray according to the Earth curve. So it's not.
Yeah.
We know exactly what the gradient is. It's the derivative of the surface of the Earth as you're traveling over, right? That's the direction that the ray has to change. So just by coincidence, that's what the gradient has to be, right? For k = 1.
Yeah. Do you want to get into actual measurements of refractive index and density?
No, I just
that's been done.
I know what the definition is. K equals 1 means that the gradient, the density gradient, the medium is the same as the derivative of the shape. It just
same with
matches,
the curvature
right?
of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're comfortable with that. So
Okay,
I mean, I
don't understand what this argument's about.
No, it's how does that happen physically? It's such a narrow layer where you cannot have a density change. That's how can it produce that curving ray? It can't, like, physically. You can say that there's one there that makes the ray curve, but that doesn't mean that there's actually a gradient there in real
do you accept
life.
Do you accept that conditions can exist for K to be less than 1?
No, because I'm struggling with the K1 value right now.
Well, I'm trying to get there.
Oh, sorry, K1 is not as curvy as Earth, right?
So the standard K is like 0.14, okay? And that's like standard refraction.
Yeah, that would be an actual gradient that can exist. Yes, so it's not tightly coupled to the Earth, so it has room to leave the Earth's surface, right?
Yes. Right.
Okay, yeah, that's
Do you accept that K can be greater than 1?
Well, I mean, let's explain 1 first before you start telling me to graduate to something that I don't even
as
believe.
we've said 1,000 times, K equals 1 is where the rays curve at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but they're in a medium that has no density change. That's our issue. You can keep saying it, but none of us believe you. Like, definitely, I don't think Ali believes you. We know why that doesn't make sense physically. It's such a tight layer. You cannot put a gradient. When you talk about gradient, you're talking about a delta change, right? You take a derivative of constant, you get 0, right? So there is no gradient in a constant medium environment.
So there is a K. There is a K less than 1, and there is a K greater than 1.
We'll give you the less than 1. We're worried about the 1.
Okay, so the oil platform photo where the horizon is clearly above eye level.
Yeah, you even think that's greater than 1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just don't take me there because I don't even agree with 1. You're going to an even more ridiculous claim that's saying that somehow the gradient is even no, but you're saying with the greater than 1 that the gradient is actually even more aggressive than the curve of the Earth, right?
Yes,
that's what you're.
Correct.
Yes, we're not going there, man. No, none of us are going to buy that. Well, because you haven't even explained how when K equals 1 exists, will that ray turn?
If conditions can exist such that K can be less than 1 and greater than 1, there will be a point, albeit a fleeting point, where K equals 1.
No, but less than 1 actually gives the ray room to breathe and leave the thin layer on the surface. That is somewhat plausible. We're worried about this tight layer above the Earth's surface. That can't happen, man. You're on the wrong team.
It happens when K equals 1.
Yeah,
should we use a different?
No,
measurably.
PDF.
Measurably.
Along the surface of the Earth, there is no room, literally, for that chamber to produce a gradient. It can't. It's thin and constant over the surface of the Earth. Now you woke up George. George is in the chat now. He can't sleep,
George.
and Rumpus can't sleep. So look what you guys are doing, man. All right, I rest my case. Sorry. Thanks for your time, though.
You rest your case. All right. Who's left then? Travis still there? Ali still there? Are there any questions in the chat?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm going to go because I'm up in a couple of hours. So I'll just say, Ranty, nice one, mate. Thanks for the chat. Thanks, Ruhav. Thanks, Mind of God, Travis. Good stuff.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ali. Cheers, Ali. See you later.
Well.
All right.
Yeah. I'm going to listen anyway, but I'm going to fall asleep because I'm up in 2 hours to do some work, but it's only a couple of work. So, all right, guys, have a good one.
Right, okay. Good night.
Yeah, good night, guys. And thanks to each other as well.
All right, questions in the chat. Anyone?
Plain Truth, do you want to have anything to say?
The only thing I will correct myself, Ruhif, when I get notifications that you post, those I do watch. I don't watch everything else, but so the ones that I do comment on are ones that I have watched.
All right, I will sub to you after this, all right?
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And you can watch my episode on the vanishing line, and if you don't want to listen to me sing, that's fine. Just put it on mute, but you'll get the idea from the picture. But I think I've got quite a large cache of images that I can provide data that's going to support a lot of the things that we've talked about.
All right, Ranty, do you want to have a chat? What do we got to chat about?
I've got about another 5 minutes before I drop. I've been going for over 4 hours, so I was hoping that, mind of God, maybe if you wanted to just get your final points in with Ruhif, and then we'll round up.
Yeah, we're good. I think I appreciate the time. I know that you were outnumbered in this panel, so I didn't mean to do that. But I think that we're at that stage now. You know, I think it's good. Everybody can have their opinion on math and physics. I think it's good that we've articulated what side people stand on. But I appreciate your time, man. Take care, Ruhif.
Cool.
And thanks, Ranty. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. And I think, if next time you come on, Ruhif, maybe talk about something different. I'm sure there's plenty of panelists that I can bring on that are more specialised in certain subjects. Maybe I don't know, maybe Earth tilt. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, I'll talk about anything. So if I don't know. So all good.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, your guys on your side. You know which ones are stronger in certain points. It's whether or not you can convince them to come on this show and debate people that that I can get in panelists from our side to debate your panelists from your side in the specialities that they would consider them a specialist in.
Yeah, all good. My wife doesn't get back for another 8 days, so I'm while the cat's away.
Whilst the cat's away, indeed.
I can dig around online.
Right, okay, right. So anyway, guys, with that, I hope everyone enjoyed that. Thanks for everybody that stopped by. Lots of people been going over for 4 hours now. All the people that smashed the super chat, thank you very much. And I'm going to round up now, and I'll see you all in the next one.